Cares, Happy New Year to you. I hope you're doing good. How's life? Yeah, if you want, if you have it, I would not say no. Might be getting sick. Mm. All right, we're here. I'm I'm gonna play Nymphus's game for a little bit. In desperate need of feedback, please comment. Positive and negative feedback ideas are welcome. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Okay. Create a character and adventure out into the world to make a name for yourself. Kill monsters and collect the gold and potential loot to make yourself stronger for each damage taken if you have a shield. And each hit on the enemy, you gain experience that push your numbers. It's an idle game where the world and its monsters are represented as playing cards, venturing out into hostile environments. There's a Linux build. Let's do that. And the screen with a die countdown. When it reaches 0, a die is cast to determine if you'll face a monster. Environment details and chests to open loots or bags. The first part of this game is solely auto attacks going back and forth. Spells and abilities will be implemented soon enough. Okay. We're going to move myself over here. And we've got it. It's downloading, so I'm going to let it download. Don't let me forget about this. I'm trying to start off the stream by playing people's games. And, yeah, got to remember at the start of the stream. In the meantime, while I'm waiting for that to download, here's what we're working on. We are working on the blacksmithing kind of mini game. When we come over here, we enter into a mode where we're going to be able to move back and forth between the different points here, getting fuel, putting it in the oven, blowing the heats, keeping the heat to where we want it. And then we'll be able to leave it and come back out and do other things. So I guess that's where we can start working today, is getting some of that stuff going. Okay. It's downloaded. Give me a second. There we go. All right, I am going to run the game in the corner here. Try to, as I do my dev. We'll see how this is going to work. We're going to set this as a floating window. And I'll scale it down. Let's create a character. It's not scaling very well. It's a little hard to read the text. Cricket. Okay. Innkeeper. Travel to. Welcome, stranger. To learn about game systems, speak to NPCs and check their lore sections. They look like lore 101, something else 102. They speak other stuff too. Traversing 101. On your left, you see a thing that says in. That's where we are as we speak. The list below tells you where you can travel. Question mark means the path to this area must be discovered. You'll find out how this can happen just by playing. You can go to the basement, kill some slimes and critters. If you gather proof of your kills, I'll happily buy it from you for a few coins. Or 101. Talk to NPCs to teach you something important about the game, or even better, talk about gossip or something mysterious. Basement. I have a box in the basement with a small shield inside. Slimes and rats. Fighting slimes and rats will hurt you. If you find my box, you can take what's inside. Okay, so we go to the basement. Dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun. Can you make it a bit bigger? Yeah, I was going to treat it like an idle game and just have it running. I don't know what I'm doing to attack. Oh, I'm auto-attacking. Am I attacking? This is my health? Okay. This is health. Okay. And this is food. So we're just going to kill all these guys. So I guess it's just going. Okay. So let's go over to our blacksmithing code. Does it end eventually? Okay, if I go back up, what happens? I guess there's no more quests. If I go to the market, Blacksmith. To the gate. Guard. Item is dropped. It will land in a buffer just below the monster died. You need to click that item to loot it. Oh, whoops. The buffer is lost if you die. I'm trying. There we go. Job. Back to the market. Skogan Forest. That sounds like something where I'll fight things. I'm just killing a bunny. It doesn't attack or anything. I feel awful. It's murdering rabbits. Well, if it's for an auto battler, it's pretty... There's a lot of things here. All at once. That's one adorable... I know, I feel terrible. There's a snake. Now we're going to get bit. All right. Now we're into the SHIT. The XP is going up pretty slow. Maybe we should go back to the inn and deal with stuff there. Yeah, because this snake is gonna... If I run into another snake like this, I'll be dead in no time. Okay, let's go back to the market. And then let's go to the Blue Goose. Go to... What can I sell? Basement. If we just grind in the basement, I think that's one way we could just level up pretty easily. Although even the rat is doing pretty good damage. It doesn't seem to scratch very well, though. It seems to be missing. Okay. XP. Man, when we level up. Oh, I saw the text was for a brief moment. Dead. Let's go to the Blue Goose. We're going to recover our health before we continue to fight. All right. I'm going to put this aside in the corner a little bit more while I... That way I remember it. I'll keep hitting it up throughout the stream. Don't forget to grab blue. Oh, thanks for reminding me. Yeah, maybe it should glow. The game needs sound effects, even if they're small. I say that as I have no sound effects in my game. All right. Input. If we are in heat and we press P action right. That is the B button on the Xbox, the A button on the Switch, and the circle button on the PlayStation. We change our state, and we go to none. So we leave set state. We need a set state. Set state. Okay, so when we go to none, this is where things get a little weird. I was avoiding this yesterday because it was a little bit of logic. Game process inputs go back to true. This is where the collision, I think this is going to mess up, but we'll try it. We go in here, hit the button to leave. See, it's the collisions, man. Shit. Enter oven area. Enter anvil. All right, let's see here. Enter oven area. See, and we have a problem with our exit. All right, let's go and try and go back to the basement. Okay, we'll keep an eye on our health. We're going to go back to default physics. We know this is part of our problem. Our health is good. We're at XP 60. We're still at level 1. It works great with the Godot stuff. Only thing is when we leave, the camera doesn't go back, so we need to set the camera back. So camera oven priority. So if we take the priority off of these, it should just give it back to the player camera. So if we go like that, and then we go in, and then we leave, the camera goes up like that. There we go. And then we can do the same thing for for the iron. So if we're in either of these states, we go back to none. There we go. And it goes like this. And then we hit that, takes us back out. Go like this, puts us in. Okay. All right. We are almost to level 2. Ooh, brown bag, open. And we got a bunch of gold. Look at us, we're getting richer and richer. I just beat the tar out of that wheat bag. Almost to level 2. Getting stronger. Level 2, baby. Our health is huge now. Man, we could just grind in here forever. All right. Well, let's get to level 3. We'll let that go. It's going to take a while, but we'll let that go. It does feel like I don't know. A lot of this stuff, it could be rearranged a bit. I feel like the enemy in the card, that needs to be like the central thing you see. So like if you scooted this stuff, if you're going to go 16 by 9, if you scooted stuff over to the margins here and the margins here, then you could have a much bigger enemy screen. I wonder if we can buy, let's go back to the innkeeper. Maybe there's stuff we can buy that could get us stronger, like gear or something. Club 1. What does that mean? Oh, does that increase my hits? I have 45 gold. Buy 1. What does this do? Oh, it's a consumable that does some sort of attack. Wait. Club 1. I already have this. Oh, that's a bummer. Well, let's sell it back. Let me guess, it's now less. I can't sell it back. Bro, I just bought this. Could you just... I changed my mind. Okay. Market. Blacksmith. Buy. Here we go. Sword. Doesn't give me stats, though. Oh, there we go. See, hover over should be enough to show, maybe. I don't know. Maybe not. Sword. Crit bonus. Damage. Crit chance. 1 to 4. Axe seems better. What is this? Damage max health. Axe 2. Even better. Ooh, we're almost able to get an axe 2. Let's go sell our carrots to the blue goose. And, yeah, we want that axe 2, baby. 45 gold. We need 65, right? Sell. Dang it. We bought this stupid... How much did that cost us? 5. So we wouldn't have enough still. You know what? We're going to go back and buy that axe because that'll help us kill enemies faster. and that'll make us money faster. So it won't matter if it's not the best one, but it'll still help us get money. Blacksmith. We'll probably be able to sell it back to him, right? See, I can't sell any of that. All right, let's get this guy. Buy. And how do we equip this? Equip. Now, I can't sell. I seriously can't sell this? Okay. And we'll go to the basement. Let's see how much we can hurt things now. Bam. Okay. What about those slimes? It's only doing 1 damage on slime. There we go. Getting some good hits in. There we go. Yeah. Okay, we're going to let that roll for a bit. So this works great with the Godot physics. Fuck. What am I supposed to do here? Let's try increasing the size of the... Sorry, guys. Had to deal with a family emergency. Let's see where we're at. Gold. Where's my gold? Here it is. 12. Okay. Well, we can get that shield now, too. Let's go do that real quick. Okay. Growling octopus. How's it going? Let me do a shout out. How you doing? Market. Buy that shield. Go to that basement. Fight those bad guys. Oh man, my health was low. It's slowly coming back. I've got that shield now. Oh yeah, I'm invincible now, baby. Good luck. Okay, we're gonna let this roll for longer. Empty crate. I feel stupid. I ordered a calzone and decided it might be funny to add anchovies to it, and I'm regretting it. Oh God. I mean, they're salty. Salty anchovies. Yeah, I couldn't. I can't do it. Made it taste like lake water. Oh my God. On pizza, but in a calzone. Yeah, they must. I wonder if they bake them like if they're like slightly frozen or something, you know, and so the water starts to come out of them when they're baking inside the calzone, and it just makes it all wet and soggy. You know the best what are the best anchovies? The ones far away from me. So we have other gear we can get. We're gonna get geared up before we go out into those forests. Let's get rid of this guy. What is this? Oh, that's the log. All right. Let's go and okay, so we got some more gold. 16. Let's see what we can get at the market. There was a like leather worker or something, right? A tanner. A Joey Tanner. Oh! There's better legs here too. Helmet. Boom. Auto equip. Sell. Can't sell anything that I want to be able to sell. Gold for so 50 gold will get me them leggings that we want. Okay. How do we click here to close? What do we got at the chef? Food 101. Sell. We don't need food. Let's go back to the inn here. All right, we're gonna shoot for the first thing we'll do is whoops. We're gonna shoot for the go in the basement, get enough money to buy the best axe, and then we're just gonna grind till we're perfectly ready for the. Okay. Throw this in the corner. Nice. Load it up. Oh, exited anvil area. We don't have that. Okay, we can make that happen. Exit anvil area. We do have that. Exit anvil area. Well, that's just wrong. Okay. Rig, what's up? I assume a lot of people nowadays don't even know who Joey Tanner is. Well, that's their loss. And, you know, what are we going to do? Next, you're going to tell me they don't know who Jesse Calzopoulos is. Jesus, what's happening to this world? Okay. All right, so this is working fine with Godot physics. Let's try it with, let's go back to our shitty physics. Apparently. Okay, so shitty physics. Default contact bias. Custom. Stability. Performance. Ghost collision distance. I don't know what the hell that's talking about. Save and restart. We're down here just killing bad guys in the corner. Let's see where we're at. We've got 12 gold. And our health is fine. So we're doing fine. We're just going to grind. We're at level 3 as well. Let's keep grinding, baby. Get that gold. Katsopoulos? Galzoniopus. Although his name, true fans will know that his name changed. They just retconned his name at one point. It was something else initially. I don't know. I don't quite know the reason for that. They wanted him to be Greek. Was that it? Like they had I don't know. I don't know what was that was about, but I'll just leave. Who cares? You're not welcome here if you don't know what we're talking about. God. Cares. Whatever happened to predictability? I just don't know. Blork. Blork. That's how you got to say it. Oh my God, it happened. We need a sound. Wait, there's supposed to be a sound. It's supposed to say, it's a cookbook. But it didn't do it. What the heck? Hang on. Are we getting sounds with other stuff? Let me do one.
So you're just an old hacker like me, but disguised as
Jason!
Wasn't it Calzopoulos? Wasn't it Jesse Katsopoulos? What was Jesse's original last name? Katsopoulos. The actor changed it to Katsopolis. That's his stage name, apparently. First season, it's Cochrane, yeah. Oh, Cochrane was his stage name. Okay. Katsopolis was his real name. Jason! Good job, Blork. Hell yeah. At this rate, no one's going to buy the game. It's good. It's going to great. No, it's perfect. Automatically into the playtesting you shall go as well if you want. So I can't leave because the things I've entered. Let me out! Let me out! I'm trapped. Let me out! I can't leave. If I hold it down, no. Damn it. It's definitely the physics. Fuck. Okay. This is a problem here, kiddos. This is a problem. Let's look at the project settings again. Go back to physics. Shoot! Default gravity. There's got to be like a collision area thing, right? Contact damping ratio. Normalized predictive distance. I don't know. What is this? It's as low as it can go? I can make it lower. Let's make that really small. Length unit. 1 length unit. What is this? What? Ghost collision distance. Let's make that really small. Okay, let's see if this does anything. Nathir. Make Pagorli mod. Can I redeem that more than once? You can, Pagorli. I'm going to buy a copy. This is my trophy copy. Nice. Definitely have to have something in the credits for people that redeemed the stuff on the stream, too. I don't know what we'll call it. We have to have one of those, like, goofy names for it. Ah! It works great when we're, Damn it. Now, is it possible that it's this darn interaction area and all this? Like, if we make this stuff go away... and we stop processing these... Oh, they're still there. Let's re-import the Barbian. I'm a Barbian in a Barbie or in world. I don't know. Do. Come on, Barbian, let's go Barbieing. I don't know what I'm talking about. Ooh, yeah. Whoa. Come on, Barbian, let's Barbie. Huh? I'm a Barbian. Oh, I missed the bag of loot. Damn it, guys. 31 gold, though. We're getting there. This guy has so many evil dudes in his thing. By the way, we're getting what? We're almost to level 4. Gonna be to level 4 here in a second. Gonna sell black market keys on those sites. You could. That's when you know you've made it. When people, when your game's all on those sites. Okay, we're level 4. When you can fully decompile Godot games. I mean, there's ways of stopping that. As much as people say it's not worth it trying to stop it. If you build your own Godot with, I mean, the easiest way I can think to really stop it is to do two things: is to build Godot with one of those scramblers, so that whatever they're normally looking for the key is not where it would be, so that the script kiddies can't do it, right? And then you build your own encryption for your for the export, and that's pretty good to stop the script kiddies at least. All right, so crates. Okay, we're getting there. I mean, you can make fun of me, but what I'm talking about is it's built into Godot. You compile your own export with encryption on it, and then if you do your own compilation of Godot with where you run a scrambler on everything, you know what I mean, where variable names are changed and all that stuff, so the addressing's not the same for what everyone's expecting to look for certain things. You'd really have to try at that point, which is enough to keep the script kiddies away, which is what I'm talking about. Obfuscator, yeah. So yeah, I mean, it's real easy to do the encryption for stuff. That's all. I mean, it's totally a thing. I know everyone says it's real easy to unravel Godot games, but it's also trivial to protect them. And I think the argument that why bother is not helpful. But it's just my opinion. It's not like the word. But I kind of fight against the whole like don't bother thing. Most of the obfuscation I've dealt with was deobfuscating PHP shells. Also, once time found a root vulnerability in some hosting software by deobfuscating its code and finding a fun file traversal exploit. Yeah. Yeah, my thing is mostly just trying to stop script kiddies and stuff. Why bother wiping when you're going to eventually poop again? Exactly. Oh, brown bag. Does that mean I got nothing? I don't know. It's so easy to it's unhelpful for people wanting to do something with Godot to be like, well, it just nothing you can do. People are going to do it anyways to your game. Don't even worry about it. And it's like you can literally just hit a button and bam, here's your entire scene tree. Everything's rebuilt in Godot exactly as it was. And it's like, don't even fucking bother. That's the part where I'm like, guys, you're really not selling Godot at that point. Like if you want to have it grow as an engine, maybe don't reply like that. But I guess if you're not an evangelist for it or whatever, then I can see how you could be that way. But it feels like people within the Godot space are really laissez-faire about it, which is really weird. Especially if you want the engine to grow and for bigger, things to take it on. It seems like a weird stance to have. Again, it's totally. If you have that opinion, I get it. But I think kind of pushing against people trying to figure out ways of protecting their stuff that's not. It's like, why lock your doors? Somebody can just kick them in. I let you in my doors. Oh no, I'm totally aware of it. Yeah. No, and I've done the encryption before, and I've tried. There's one that supposedly breaks anything, and that's not true. There's a new Git repo that's like, oh, it'll crack any Godot game, and no, it doesn't. It's really trivial to stop even that thing. So it's yeah, but I think the argument of like I get that you can't stop it, right? But I think that for the fact that makes it so easy for the kiddies to come in and do something, it's sort of a travesty that the community, the Godot proper community, as far as the engine people, are just so like whatever. If you look at the FAQ for the Brotato, it's like, do you want to mod it? Go get this decompiler and edit yourself. Yeah. There's different philosophies. That's for sure. But, you see somebody, like, the thing that's really concerning is the person who's like, I put a game up and it got flipped on Apple Store. I couldn't get it taken down. They made a bunch of money, and like I was basically robbed. These people stole from me, and I have no recourse. That's where it's like, okay, some level of deterrence is good. Right. The question is, does it do anything or doesn't it? And on that argument, I would say that if you know a little bit about what you're doing, it does. But I would also say that all of the security theater at an airport is completely pointless. It's shown time and time again that it's never caught anything of consequence. That's my main concern. People are like, oh my God, I want a free game is one thing. Yeah. And that's where it's so easy. And it's a testament to Godot's structure that it is so easy. It's beautifully simple. And that says a lot about the way that Godot is, as far as like, it's actually a really good engine. Yeah. I just did the Trump breathe through the mouth thing. What was that about? Pulled the Trump mouth breathing. I can't even do a Trump. I don't know. Yeah. It's funny to me too, at the same time, people are like, don't build your own engine. But like, don't, you can't protect your stuff. Don't build your own engine. It's like, What? Like, why would you build your own engine? Why don't you just build the OS? Why don't you just build like? And it's like that's not what the person who's building an engine is thinking. Like, I don't know. Meanwhile, you're using an engine, so what is it? Somebody built that engine. Should there only be one engine for game development then, I guess? Anyways. Yeah, I mean, it depends on how you think about it. If you're the best argument for build your own engine is make the game you're making, which isn't that you're building an engine, you're just building the game. And you build the components that you need to make the game. So that's, I mean, yeah, I can go both ways on that for sure. But I think if you want Godot to be a healthy engine, you want people building their own engines. You want people to have cut their teeth doing that then contribute to the engine, so they have an understanding of what's it really like and what could be better, what's really good about it, that kind of thing. Okay, so we have almost enough gold to get our new good axe. I wonder, hang on a second. I wonder if we can go sell to the market. Can we sell my axe? Remove item. $8 gold. There we go. Axe 2, baby. All right, let's go back and see how good we can smack it in front of everybody on the stream. Basement. Why do anything? Yeah, we must fight nihilism. One thing, though, is that this physics thing is shit. That's for sure. All right, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna go back to the multiplayer stuff here briefly and try and fix our multiplayer connection thing, because we were showing some people the multiplayer stuff yesterday, and we embarrassed ourselves in front of all of our friends. World. I refuse to do anything. Okay, so start the server, connect. Is everything going okay? So this is happening on the client side. Out of bounds index. Oh, I remember. Ah, I did this to myself. It's all coming back to me now. Okay. Yeah, I left it broken because I'm a fucking idiot. So that's right. That's right. We need to. Oh, God. Okay. Right. We were trying to get Yep. I'm remembering now. Load world. Yeah, here's our problem right here. So we're getting enemies. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a bunch of orphans. We're going to make some orphans here. Let's make some orphans proud. 4 index ints in. Let's make these orphans proud. Enemy size. Enemies if. So we're padding these enemies. If enemies is null, then we say enemies index I don't know. Enemy path new. Can I be assigned to type enemy? Brah. Enemy's enemy. Brah. 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 Is it brah? Greg, are you alive, Greg? How you doing, man? Enemy route. Enemy route. Enemy route. Ba 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 ring. Ba 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 ring. Rockin' and a rollin', ba ba ring, ba 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 ring. Enemy path, but I calling it route. Well, that's lame. That's why it's saying enemy route doesn't exist. Because it don't exist. Client diaggro enemy path. Brah. Brah, 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 brang. Brah, 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 brang. Brah, brah, brang. Brah, 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 brah. Rockin' and a rollin', brah, 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 brah. He's losing his shit. Brah. Ooh, open. This is a big one. Damn, 22 gold, a shield. Oh, my lord. Is this shield better than mine? Damn. Okay. Let's go. After we kill this guy, we got to sell this. Dang, all this gold. Okay. Go to the Blue Goose. Go to the market. Purelin, how's it going? Is the reset working now? Yeah, no, that's all. We're long and gone on that. Was touch and go there for a bit, but I'm alive. I will be discharged from the hospital tomorrow as long as I don't spike another fever between now and then. I do not care if he tells you my name, address, blood type, docs away. I will know if you come to my house way before you think I would. He's coming. Blacksmith. Sell. Shield for 2 gold. Man, this guy. This blacksmith is like selling your games to GameStop. Jesus. Highway robbery. This guy. Okay, so for 50, we can get the legs of legitude. So we're going to wait to get, we almost have 50 gold. So we're almost ready for the legs of legitude. And then is this chest armor 1? Oh, this is armor 2. This is better. This is better. Because we're armor 1. All right, let's buy that chest. We're going to equip this. And we're going to sell this. And now we need 50 gold, and then we'll be ready to go out to the forests. So let's go back to the Blue Goose. And we'll go to the basement. And we'll keep clubbing monsters. We're going to be level 5 by the time we head out there. Crotch armor. Hell yeah. Was it the tween or something else? Oh, the Reese. Oh, yeah. No, I haven't touched that yet. Purelin, but so what I'm going to do is put the tween on the enemy instead of building it in the root scene tree. And then that way I'll be able to stop it if it exists and reset it. So we're going to be able to fix that. I'm working on blacksmithing right now, but I am just trying to fix a little multiplayer bug in case I get raided and I'm like, hey, look what I'm working on. That kind of thing. So I'm just trying to get that fixed first. And then I'll be back to the blacksmithing stuff. I'll show you that. That's some exciting stuff that's going on here. Enemy. Valid argument. Bloody hell. Bloody hell. Enemies, enemy. Enemies, enemy. See, that is. Bloody hell. Bloody hell. Config enemy size. Get children. Enemy path. Path enemy. So we just say enemy new. There we go. Okay. Let's Happy New Year! Is it right on another project? No, same project. Hopefully. Is it saying something about blacksmithing? But I have my iPad, so I've been making some models for Bouncula. The game on the right. Oh, on the left here? This is someone else's game. I've made I'm going to try and play someone's game once a stream at the start of the stream, but this is an auto battler, so it just kind of keeps going. I have a chimkin and some carrots. Indeed. I have a chimkin. Go away. Game 109. Giddy up 109. Dude, what's with the Beach Boys lately, Cricket? I don't know. It just pops into my head. There's our problem. So if not has. God bless America. 138. Are we not sizing this? And we don't want to append. So my wife was making fun of surf ninjas the other day. We've brought this up and the hurt that it caused me. The great pain and suffering that I went through because my wife didn't like surf ninjas. But she only saw the trailer and she judged the trailer, the book by the cover, as it were. And then we started watching it. And you know what happened? Laughter. Laughter happened. Was it because the movie was funny? No. We were laughing at the movie. But it is, I will say, qualifies as a so bad it is good movie. It passes the Rubicon of being bad, it becomes good. And so, in its badness, with all due respect, does she even know anything? I don't even know. I don't know. Negative. It's an integer overflow. It wraps around. It's like when you beat Miss Pac-Man or you get to 256. It just rolls back around again. Oh, God. All right. Sorry, I'm just fixing this one thing here. And I swear by the sun. Character body enemy. Invalid assignment 3, array enemy with value type enemy. Riddle me this, Batman. You can't assign it to enemy because it needs to be assigned to enemy. What? Ah! Bro. Okay. What am I doing wrong here? Take a chance, take a chance, take a chance, take a chance. Eating Taco Bell. Yummy Taco Bell. Yummy Taco Bell. Dude, what the fuck is going on here? Eating Taco Bell. Yummy Taco Bell is really good. Did I mention that? Yummy Taco Bell. Yummy Taco Bell. Bro. Okay, we're getting somewhere though. Oh! We resize it right here. Does the world fire? Oh, shoot. Skibbity bop. Okay, so we're on the wrong thing here. We need to do it right here. Right here. Right now. There's another page like in Taco Bell. I want to eat some. I want to eat some Taco Bell. All right. We did it, boys. We're back in business. Okay, so let's see if we can connect. Start and connect. Yeah. Okay. We got it. So let's go back to doing the blacksmithing. Now I can show you, Purelin. Let me show you what's up with the blacksmithing. And let me just make sure we're in the Godot physics because everything else is causing an issue. So save and restart. We did it. Thank you. But yes, Greg is alive. Get ready for the ride of your life. Thankfully, Greg didn't dude bro his own death. Where he's like, I'm fine. Just slowly wasting away. Dude, it's no joke. And I'm sorry, I guess I shouldn't have talked about it. I mean, but you were in the chat yesterday talking about what was going on. So I figured it was all fair play. But I mean, that's what ultimately sepsis is that's what threw my mom in the hospital, and that was the end of it. It's crazy too. She went in a septic shock. We saw her in the morning. She was totally fine. And then a couple hours later, she was in the room calling for help. And I went in there and she's slumped over like this and can't do anything. And it's fucking wild. All right, 66. So after we kill this thing, we're gonna try and head out to the. Yes, nationally. I'm young and viral, extremely strong, so strong the cops can't even take me down. No way. Them cops so strong, the cops will use de-escalation techniques on you rather than going straight to violence. That's how strong you are. Second. The cops will actually try and to de-escalate instead of immediately power bombing you into the fucking ground and ruining your life. So that's how strong you are. I had minor surgery a few years back and ultimately had sepsis because of it. Spent a week in the hospital. One of us. Man. Yeah, we were going to the hospital so much. My kids looked forward to it. They had the floor plan memorized. And just like we were just going all the time. It fucking sucked. It's nice not to have to go there all the time now. I mean, that's one of the benefits of all right, we're gonna head to the forest. Oh wait, we gotta go to the tanner. Okay, so we have that. Now we gotta get the legs of legitude. Booyah. Okay, we're gonna go to the forest. Here we go. Bum 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 bum. A rabbit, a sweet little rabbit. One shot of the rabbit, guys. The head goes flying. Dun 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 dun. One shot the next rabbit. Have at thee, fool. Known for its abundance of rabbits. What do I do? Is this all I can do? Oh, this rabbit's just putting up a fight. 3 hits for that rabbit. I had to club that rabbit to death. A coyote. Here we go. Fighting a coyote. All right, we'll let it go for a bit whilst we're in the forest. We've got some carrots and some gold. The rabbits give carrots, and the carrots are like buffs. HP, and it increases our MP. It lasts for 3 minutes. So we'll hold on to those since we don't need them for this stuff. All right, let's go back to the blacksmithing. First, we'll commit this code change. Because, oh, link to the auto battler. Hell yeah, man. This is Noita. Kanota. Sorry. It's by Nymphis. Nymphis is in the Discord a lot more than on the chat for the stream. I think it's a scheduling thing. And I'll send you a link here. You can eat the same with the chicken. Okay. Yeah, I'm so over leveled right now. I don't need to even think about that stuff. Poker Star Ong. Poker Star Ong. Why game dev is it your passion? Why is game dev my passion? How could you tell that I had a passion? Here we go. Here's the link to the game there for you, Todd. By the way, Todd, I hope you're doing good. Happy New Year and all that. And all that jazz. Why is game dev a passion? The first game I ever saw, sometime in the 80s, I was in a fake wood paneled room with a wooden television set. Combat on the Atari 2600. That's the first time I ever got to hold a controller and play the game. I must have been 3 or 4. I don't know. My love for games is what powered my reading. I mean, it's really why I would go to we didn't have a lot of money, so whenever we went to the grocery store, I'd be grabbing my EGMs, my Game Pros, and all that stuff, and I'd be reading them the entire time my mom was shopping around the grocery store because we couldn't buy the magazine, so I'd read the entire thing while we were there. And the every time I was reading about anything about games, it was always like anytime I got a glimpse into how they were made, that's where it was like, this is really interesting to me. A lot of it was around reading about it for a long time until I could start seeing videos of certain things. So then it was Next Generation magazine. There was a big gas station that had like every magazine on the planet, and they had Next Gen, which was like more about the industry side of things, and it took the whole thing about games as a serious art form, more so than the other magazines that I'd seen before that. And so seeing the interviews with like the developers and stuff, again, it was just like, wow, this is like really interesting stuff. A lot of interesting people in the space and everything. And then I kind of just like got a job and sort of forgot that it's something that I really wanted to do. And I felt like I couldn't do it because I didn't have money, and I couldn't go to, like, there was DigiPen. I wanted to go to DigiPen, but I couldn't afford it. So then I just got a job, and then I started making money and I had money that I'd never had before, and I could just buy things, and suddenly that equated to happiness for a while. But I love there's a specific thing about when you're playing a game that can only happen when you're playing a game, and it's this thing that goes on in your mind. There's the part where you're playing a video game and you're seeing what you're doing and you're pressing inputs and you're getting this reaction and stuff. But then there's this other thing happening in here where there's this part of the game that you're playing in your mind as well. And that to me is one of the more interesting things, is when a game can change your brain. Literally, it's changing your thinking as you're playing, as you're doing this thing. You're trying to like get better at it or whatever, and there's this thing happening in here, and you can sometimes be aware of it, and it's really fascinating. So there's this like interplay between what you're inputting and what you're getting the outputs on and all that kind of stuff. I don't know. Something about that is really cool.
You okay, guys?
So, anyways, path, explore. Yes. We're exploring something. We're traveling somewhere. Hold on, something's happening. There's 2 enemies now. Gadzooks. A ladybug. Oh, hello, lady. In a tree. Okay. Are we like walking around and then the All right, we're going to let this go. Now we're at level 5. There's a frog and it's licking us. We're going to get an infection. Yeah, I don't know. Nymphis, I'm playing your game. I've been playing it all morning. So you're going to want to go back to the VOD. But I've been playing it. I've been having it on the side here while I'm working. Only like 10 people could actually afford Digipin. Yeah, unless I had a like pity on me grant of some sort, Digipin was not going to happen. You can eat 3 food at a time, but if you eat the same type of food, it resets. Oh, yeah, we were talking about that. So we're just grinding right now. So far, uh-oh, something's happening. Explore. Oh, God, we're getting hurt. We're going to eat some food. Consume. Chicken. Okay, now the forest is really giving us a taste of forestiness. Explore. Whoa. A club 3. 3 to 4. Can we compare with our current? 1 to 5. No, that's still better. Axe 3. Man, the axe is the way to go. And then the shield. What can we sell? Nothing. Well, we can get our health back while we rest with this dude. Let's put this away. Can we put the food back? Hello? No? Okay. All right, we'll let our health go back, and then we're going to go back into the forest. That club looks interesting. It's it's not the size of the club. It's the it's the size. All right, we're almost ready to go back into the dense forest. Max HP is 172, so we got to let that go back up. But I don't know. I think go back to dense forest. But I think for an interactive medium as a whole, as a thing, is really interesting. And okay, so last we were at the lake. Should we go check out the lake? I think we should. Let's go to that lake after this enemy's dead. Go to lake. Oh, I guess we just got to do it because, like, we're going to roll another enemy here. All right, we're moving to the lake. Moving right along. Footloose and fancy free. Okay, so we're in the lake now. And... Sorry. Oops. Barbian material. Misc. Okay, blacksmithing. Yeah, okay. Projects. Yep. Okay. Barbian. Yep. Discard that. Okay. Fixed enemy buffer. 10. Not have null bounce. Nice. All right, blacksmithing. Okay, that we can keep because we're in the middle of Okay, by the way, if you're seeing the game and you want to play it, I'll throw a link in here as much. Gotta push these up. Moving right along. Footloose and fancy free. Oh, 80. 88, baby. We're going to go back to the forest. How did I get to those guys? I just ran into them. How do I get... Okay, let's go back to the lake. Coyote. Is this some sort of boss? Why does he have this little thing on him? Gold skull. Drop chance 2x... 2 times XP increase. Oh, we got to kill this guy. Okay. Lake. And dense forest. And outpost. There we go. And I think we have enough for the axe. No, we don't! Damn it. What about you? What do you got? Better pants? Nope. What about this? Yep. It would be nice if when you're clicked on here, it would compare it automatically to what you're wearing. Helmet 2. Oh, that is better. That is better. We shall buy that. Oops. Buy. And equip. Sometimes it auto equips. I don't know. I guess it's if you're not wearing anything. Sell. Really? I can't click on sell. Click here to close. Tanner. Sell. Well, let me click on sell. That's lame. I can sell here though. Quest. Nothing. Okay. Close. Dense forest. Don't chicka. We're gonna go back to the lake. It seems like there's more to explore there. Yeah, okay. Mud, how's it going? Only if the slot's empty. Gotcha. Shout out to Mudbound Dragon. Oh, I actually need to do the official shout out because we have a link to his Steam page. Well, it's got a game you can wishlist on Steam. How was your New Year? It was good. It was new and different. Explore. Traveling. Cave entrance. Oh, snap. Okay. You can hear rattling. Right? Gotta have the. Okay. You can't do nothing on me, man. Flap your wings all you want. Nothing's gonna happen, buddy. Death to bats, I say. Uh-oh. What is that? What is that? No. Oops. Consume 1x. Oh, that's a timer for how long we're good for. Okay. Consume 1x. I see. This dude's health bar, man. Okay. Gotta pay attention down there, guys. Don't let me die. So, if you're still here, Purelin, I can show you the blacksmithing stuff that we have so far. Oh, you set it over to blacksmith. Set state blacksmith. So this just throws us in the blacksmith room so we can troubleshoot that or develop for that right quick. All right, so if we walk over here to the anvil, the camera changes into this like I am Iron Man mode where we're gonna be pinging, you know, and then you can press the B button or the right facing button, and that takes you back out of that. And then you can come over here, and then over here you'll be able to go to these different spots here. We're gonna have animations of you running back and forth, but we're not doing that just yet. And then here you're gonna put some fuel into the oven, and then you'll blow the bellows to get the temperature up to where you want it. And then you'll come back out, and then you can come over here and then ping, and then go back over here and then do this stuff. And then we might have something to do with this. Like, I don't know yet. The problem we're having right now is the deterministic physics engine that we have is shat. Absolute shat. Ooh, you can cheese the Explorer. When it comes up, you can let your health come back up while you're waiting and then hit Explore. Clever. We're going to grab some gold here. Probably missed something. Sure I did. All right, we're traveling deeper into the caves. So what we can start to work on right now, ignoring our physics being effed. Well, actually, let's just try the game with the effed physics with the client and see if we're hitting a rollback that often. Now, my experience was, yes, we hit it very often when we were young. When we were young. Where's my controller? Here it is. Oh, Retro. Where's our friend? Where did he go? Let's see. Start server. Connect. There goes the server. Where are we? Oh, you know what? I bet we don't add. Yeah, we're not setting it to spawn point. Set state. World spawn point position. So when we try and do this here, new player. Position equals this. What is the problem when we do that? Nothing. Connect. There we are. Okay. And what happens? I mean, we aren't hitting rollback. Are we okay? Do we not need the deterministic physics? Maybe we don't need the deterministic physics. We seem to be okay. Everything seems fine. Well, then fuck deterministic physics. Maybe we don't need it. Okay. Sorry. Getting a little distracted, but whenever we catch these little netcode things when they're game breaking, we gotta tackle them right away. So, okay, back to the blacksmithing. Back to the black. Le ginger. The hardest part about 3D modeling is deciding how big to make the butt on everything. My answer to that is yes. Oh, I'm forgetting to play the game in the bottom corner here. Okay, we're still alive. We have health. Oh, we've got 2 blacksmiths going on here. We're going to solo. We're going to do a solo client here. Solo. Wookie, tookie, wookie, bookie. Solo. That's my, Okay, what's the next thing to work on? I guess what we can do is the tink tink and the all that stuff. Ooh, explore. Down we go, traveling. Cave 2-1. A slug of slugginess. Oh my god, he's doing some real damage. We okay? Let's get that carrot going. I would suggest if you click here, my mouse has to travel all the way up here to push the button. I'm going to be hitting this in a panic. So maybe the consume I should see it like promptly, like this should be more above what I just clicked. Maybe even actually a modal over this. I don't know. Cuz I have to travel. I would but I don't know. I don't know. Whatever I don't know. We're almost to 6. $101 gold. We're getting buff. All right, let's go down. We're going to go back up. All right, hang on. We'll kill this guy first. Okay, we're going to go up. And we're going to go to the cave entrance. We're going to go to the lake. And we're going to go to dense forest. And then we're going to go to the outpost. I can speak words. Okay, blacksmith, give me that. Yes. All right. Got that new axe. Oh, shit, I sold it back to him. No! No, sweet Lord. I just bought it for 100 and sold it back for 15 like I was at GameStop and they opened the game in front of me and I wanted to return it and they said it was used. No! No! Oh! Damn it. All right. I'm okay. Fuck. That's your fault, Memphis. I blame you, the game maker. All right. We're going to go. We'll go deep into the. God damn it! I know. Maybe if it asks when you buy something, hey, do you want to equip it now? That would be a nice little thing. Damn. All right, we'll let it go. This is why it's good to watch people play your games, though, right, boys? And I really do play games like a Nimrod, so I really am like an idiot gamer. So you're really watching a true moron play the game. Leginger! We do a shout out to Leginger. Thornity was in here yesterday. Said hello. We talked a little bit, talked about the industry, about state of gaming, etc. So on. You know how it goes. Anyways, okay. Damn it. That's a lie. He did none of that. What makes you say that? Explore. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Cave 2-2. Bum bum ba da bum ba da bum bum. Right click of the mouse. Why would I do that? What are you trying to make me do here, bro? Why? Why did I do that? I had full health. What? Stalagmites. I thought you said you weren't going to tell me anything. What are you doing? All right, we're going to let that roll. I will be right back. An easier way to eat food. Oh, right click. Oh, I see. I see. All right, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to put this on full screen. I'll be right back. This will go whilst I'm going to get a drink. Oh, look at that. A new year. a new background thingy. Does anyone know what movie this is from? If you know, we are now best friends. And you can spend the night. My mom said you can spend the night. Be right back. All right. Whisper of the Heart. Yes. Is that emo Ghibli? I don't know. Greg can spend the night. Mom says it's okay. Captain Coder cheered me. When did this happen? I missed that. God bless it. Oh, am I alive? I'm alive. Okay. Oh, look at all that gold, baby. 85. I can buy that axe again. Ooh. Oh, my God. I got a sweet ass helmet. Hell yeah. Let's go up. Do we have enough gold? We might have enough gold if we sell this. Let's see. My washer's unbalanced and is gonna blow everything up. I'll be right back. Ah! Ah! All right, Nymphus, see you in a bit. Going to the outpost. Going to the outpost and we're... Blacksmith. Sell. Oh, there's no sell button on the tanner. That shield's looking pretty good too. All right, we'll keep battling. So I like that this is a point crawl here. This could be displayed in a completely different way, but essentially it's a point crawl. Over the buy sell options. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Let me put this back to our overlay. Always on top thing. Okay, we'll grind the deep in the holes of the caves. Okay, so for the blacksmithing stuff, we have to add some fuel. So we go to the fuel, we hit a button, we're holding fuel, we go over to the oven, we put the fuel in the oven. Is it that manual? That's what we're going to do initially. So if we go back to our game code here, we can get rid of all this crap. Get rid of all this crap. Go to blacksmithing. Did you do it on itch? You're like, listen, bud. Listen, you son of a bitch. Var holding. How does this work if we got two things? Do we only need to holding fuel? Bool. False. Nice. I'm glad that the play my game section is turning into other people, because the intent originally was it was meant for me, but it has slowly become other people. This guy is kicking my ass. Consume. Oh God, sweet merciful Lord. I'm not gonna make it. I'm holding the line on my health right now. Oh my God, these hits. They don't stop coming and they don't stop coming and they don't stop coming and they don't stop coming. They don't stop coming and they don't stop coming and they don't stop coming and they don't stop coming. Right? Oh shit. I might have to use my potion. Use the potion. Oh. Oh my God, no, I wasted the potion. Come on, kill him. Oh no. You know what would have helped right now is a really good. Oh, I gotta leave. No! Where am I? Uh-oh, we've got some state issues here. Okay, basement. Maybe I can sell some stuff here. I got a lot of problem with you people. And this helmet, is that the blacksmith? No, won't let me sell it there. Dude, if you have like a legit helmet and you go back to the old place, they should be like, oh, hell yeah, I'll buy that. Chef. Should we get anything from the chef? No. All right, go to the forest. We have 100 gold. I can get that axe now. Gotta go to the lake, right? And the dense forest, and then there's the. They don't stop coming and they don't stop coming. Blacksmith. I'm buying it and I'm equipping it, and then I'm selling my old one. Damn it! It's lit, it's right there! You should take the metal! Just take the metal at least. All right. Go back to the lake. Got to go back to that cave, boys. That's where all the action is. All right, how much better is this axe? 1 to 6. And a little bit better on the crit and everything, so. Got some good drops in that lower level. You need to throw in some sound effects. I'll say that. Just throw in some really simple sound effects. Even if it's just you going. Do the Doug thing. Where it's all like the car's driving by and it's going. You know? All right. So, if we are in heat and we press and we are let's rename this stuff to state shaping and state heat. And then same thing here, state shaping and state heat. Okay, and then we'll just rename anything that we find with that here. Underscore shaping. Okay. Bunch of stuff's going to be broken. We're still alive in our battle. In the cave. He bravely ran away. Bravely ran away. I'm coding behind the game. It's in my way. I don't even care, bros. Okay. Match state heat. And if the state heat is fuel, oven, and then bellows. And it was bellows. Is it bellow as a singular, or is it always bellows as like a plural sounding thing? Oh, shit! Run! Oh, God! I died. I lost all my gold, too. That was a total waste of time. I wasn't paying attention. Damn it, chat. The skeleton images. Bro, what's up? Go to the forest. Go to the lake. Cave. Ooh, some state issues going on here. Thinks I'm in combat. That's a race condition. Seems like. And 2-2. Okay. Got to pay attention to that a little bit better. It needs something soft like whoop, whoop, whoop. Like, warning, you are about to die. Death is imminent. Death approaching. Slow death. Guaranteed. So, how about if action is pressed, and then if it's these other things, then we do something. We'll do it that way. And if action is pressed, action bottom. We are level 6. And we got another cool helmet that we're not going to be able to sell. Shoot. That's a bummer. I'm gonna consume my chimkin and my carrot just to get my health up even higher during this trying times. Would you like an egg during this trying time? Okay. Now, if we are fuel, what happens? We say set state. We know that our state is fuel. If we press the button, we are now holding fuel. Equals true. And if we're at the oven and we press this, if we're holding fuel, then we are going to add to some fuel number. So now we need a fuel number. Fuel, it's a float. And initially it's 0. A skeleton dudes. Here we go. This is a real battle. Dun, 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 dun. Now, dang, he's blocking so much. Alright, oh no! Leave! Leave! Run! Run, bitch! No! Damn it! And I forgot the call! Again! We're gonna get this. Go back to the forest. Gotta train on the cute rabbits. Once I find out something's stopping me, just slam my head against it until we get through. 15 gold. I gotta be hitting that gold button every once in a while here, boys. All right. So we have a fuel line, and the bellows is like a burst, right? So the bellows, when you press it, is going to do some sort of thing. What we need is a timer for the bellows. So we'll add a const. Bellows count. Bellows timeout, I guess we'll call it. Seconds. Let's float, and right now we'll make it 2 seconds. We press it. 1. Let's make it half a second. Yeah. That seems about right. Maybe you have to hold it down. Like, oh, you know, that'd be even better. If you're pressing it and you can feather it. So when you let go, it naturally goes back up, but you can keep kind of holding it, and it's like a... All right, got some gold. Gonna munch on them carrots. So there's some sort of like power. Float. And we'll set it to 1, but I don't know what it's going to mean yet. Uh-oh. Alert. Skeleton alert. Oh yeah, we're giving it to him right now. Come on. we got him again. Oh, he blocked. He got me. Oh, 9. 6. Come on. 4. Yes. Oh, Chimkin. We did it. All right. Didn't do a lot to XP, though. Still, we showed that skeleton who was boss. More gold. Our health is climbing back up. We might have to leave the caves. This is getting kind of dangerous. Our health isn't coming back the way we'd want it to. But we're not getting any drops either. We got this poison that's hurting us a lot. That's what's really screwing things up right now. Okay, the poison's gone. Basically, if we run into a skeleton, we got to bail. Eat that out. Gotta get out of here. We're leaving. We're leaving. $36 gold. We'll go to the entrance. We can rest at the entrance, right? I believe. Can we sell that hat? I wonder. Okay, can we sell that hat? Let's find out. It's dense forest. And then we're going to that outpost. Tanner. No, can't sell. Bless it. That increases our health. It's that shield we want now, baby. 150. All right, we're going to take a rest here. And we'll head out in a little bit. Okay, so we have a fuel thing. I guess there needs to be like a maximum fuel. Const fuel maximum. Just fuel max. Float. 10? I don't know. We'll see. Some float amount. Const fuel unit float. Let's say it's half. And then we need heat. So float temperature. Temperature. Okay. And then we need var temperature, oven temp, temperature oven. And temperature ingot. Okay. Okay. So whether or not we're holding fuel, these are all the states. We're going to call this stats. And okay, heat we need to rename to temperature. So let's go, we'll close this out and blacksmithing. Oh, it's under UI. Heat, let's call it temperature. Oven temp. Ingot temp. What's going on? What is it, buddy? What is it? The dog wants to show me something. What do you got? Oh,
it's
whoa.
Too small though, it doesn't happen.
You look so handsome. Oh, you want to show everybody on the stream? Okay. You look so handsome. Oh, I know. Look at you. Look at you. Oh my gosh, look at this vest. Look, oh my God, calm down. Oh, Jesus. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, I love you too. I love you too. Oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. It's too small?
Yeah. So, I think we need to like.
Okay. Oh, you're gonna spill your food.
Extend the.
Mm-hmm.
If we size up, it's gonna be really big.
Yeah.
Also, it's sold out.
You got chocolate a little bit over here, Gemma. Something like coming around this area. Maybe that.
Yeah, good idea.
What happened? I just wasn't paying attention. I need some auditory feedback of some sorts so that I know that I'm being an idiot. Now we're just recovering really quick before we head out there. I died like 7 times. So, fuel and then anvil. What do we mean when we say anvil? That's really to indicate like the pink thing. The timing of the hit before we do the animation for it. Anvil. The anvil. The anvil.
Oh, yes, the anvil. That's right, Theodore. Yes, the anvil.
Dense forest. Bum 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 bum. Doop 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 doop. Lake Plask. Bum 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 bum. Doop doop. Bum 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 bum. Bada bum bum. That's so funny that a dog can have pride like that. Like he got that vest and apparently he was just like wanting to come in the room and show me. So he's like, look what I got, Pop. I got clothes like you do. We need that shield. We could have had that shield if we hadn't sold to the guy our very things that we own and just purchased. What a shady blacksmith. Taking advantage of our old man senility. Okay. We'll let this roll in the background. Oven temp, ingot temp. Ingot heat. Let's call it temp. We don't have any references to these things. So these will be blacksmith. We could just abbreviate it with BS. BS this and BS that. We'll do that. Blacksmith. Primary UIs. Export. var BS. Something. Progress bar. Yank. Pa, 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 pa. Temp. Temp progress bar. BS. Ingot. Temp. Oven temp. Ingot temp progress bar. BS. Bellows. Progress bar. Fuel. Progress. Bar. Anvil. Progress. Bar. Okay. Got all those exposed. Check Discord. All right. Discord Rooney. Do. Damn! Look at that. I like the little X on the belly button. It implies it's not a mammal. Although it does have nipples. He's goofy. I like his cheeks. Look at them cheeks. And I like the little loincloth looking thing here. I'm dead. No. Is he dead? I gotta get out of here. Exit the cave. Exit the cave. I'm almost dead. Abort. Something's happening. Hang on, guys. Gotta go back to the game really quick. Maybe if we just go to cave 1, 2, and we can rebound our health by fighting some easier stuff. Let's do that. It looks great. How else would you milk it? I don't know. Life finds a way. Dealing with stones here. It increases the health regeneration, but then I use the food. Yeah, we're not doing that. I'm not listening to the guy who made the game for advice on how to play the game. What do you take me for? An intelligent person? All right, line goes up. Line is going up. We'll be okay. Man, it's really one point of health. So your health regen actually gets worse as you level. I mean, it stays the same, I guess is another way to think about it. All right, we're going to keep... Are we hitting any enemies here? We're getting no enemy rolls here. There we go, bat. This is where we regen. We regen on 2-1. All right, we'll let this roll for a little bit. That's a generic grunt. Going to make 4 or 5 different heads and a couple of random armor sets, and then make an object that randomizes that stuff when I place them. Nice. No loot. No lootity. I like the way you work it. No lootity. So this is oven temp. Temp oven. Or is it oven temp? I don't know. Temp ingot. And I think for the actual ingot, as we're referring to it, ooh, we got some gold. Like mitigation or damage. HP 5 has a base of 1, so you get 1 HP per 5 seconds. You can eat that meat and carrot and bump it to 5 HP for 3. That's what you would want me to do. That would you, because then I'd have to spend gold to get more. I see how. No. And also, it would be changed when I'm at my PC. I just have to pretend to be productive. Oh, it'll all be changed when I'm at my PC. Gotcha. It looks great. Why is there a big fink? Oh, it's because I'm hovering over here. I think I got it. Oh, see, he's hurting me. I don't like this son of a bitch. It's making my numbers go down. Took me hours to get him back up. Fine, I'll eat your damn carrots. Hey, we got a shield. Shield 2. Defense 8. Hey, it's better than what we got. Okay. We got some gold. Oh, we almost have enough. We almost have enough for that other shield. We got some gold. Everything's coming up Millhouse right now. Nice. Blacksmithing. So label, oven, temp label, temp, temp ingot label, temp oven label. Bellows. And it was bellow. Bellows labo. Fuel labo. Anvu labo. And here's what we're going to do. We're going to group this stuff together. So I think we can do that with our exporting here. We can say export group. I think it's something like that. Group and name prefix string. Param. Define a new group for the following exported properties. This helps to organize properties in the inspector doc. Groups can be added with an optional param prefix, which will make the group which would make group to only consider properties that have this prefix. Huh? Why would I do the taxonomization and then do that? Blacksmith. Now if we go up here, we'll have a group called blacksmith, right? Yes. Very nice. Okay, and then this stuff we're going to group together as network. Export group network. Look at that. It shrunk. Everything shrunk. And then this one will say primary UIs. Export. And now the code's self-documenting and more organized. Look at that. Primary UIs. Okay. And really, we call it the view. Primary view or something like that. Oh, we got some more stuff. Got a shirt. Yeah. And some gold. Yes, let's go get our stuff. Outpost. Blacksmith. 150. Ah! Whoops. Oh, was it the pants? Is that what I was thinking of? Something was better somewhere. 250k loot in his buffer. Damn. Senpai. How's it going? Legs is 2. This is 2. Chest 2. Max health 2. Armor 5. Nothing to my max health. But the armor is way higher. All right, we'll buy it. Equip. Can I sell? I can't sell to this MFer. Do I have to walk all the way back to what's his name? You know, it'd be cool because essentially you've got a point crawl for your movement, right? So it'd be cool if there was a map and we're going to go to the market. Node-based map. Well, okay, so what I was going to say, though, is besides that, so you have your nodes. What would be nice is if you could pick somewhere far away and it just auto-travels you there where it's like, it still takes the same amount of time if you clicked on the buttons, right? So you got, like, these nodes that all go back. And it's like you want to go way over here and you have to go between all of these points to get to it. So you could click to travel here and then it would just go to all of the other points to get there. That'd be nice. That'd be neato mosquito, I would say. And you can still have the like timer when you get to each area. So it's like, it still takes time to get there. Now, can I sell to this guy's anything? Can I sell to this guy's anything? That's all I can sell. So now I've got 40 gold. We're working on blacksmithing, senpai. Yeah, it's Nymphus's. Nymphus's this is like Nymphus's wheelhouse. Nymphus's Wilhelm. All right, we'll stay on 2-1 for a bit, see how it goes. Okay. When you go into hostile area. Okay. I think another thing is you can have the sounds on or off, but I think that there should be cue sounds, like alert sounds, like oh hey, a new enemy, and oh you're about to die, or your health is below a certain percentage. Oh you found a chest, and you can turn those on and off with like a checkbox or something. But I think a couple of simple sounds for that would be really effective for. I'm encouraging you to throw some sounds in, but I know this is a really simple prototype, so I get it, because I'm literally not doing that on what I'm working on right now, so I totally get it. Okay, so what I'm working on is we're about to add a bunch of like variables. This is where you start to make the thing, right? Where ultimately every single game you've ever played, you can always see the variables. You start to see, oh, I'm making this number go up or down, or I've engaged in combat with this thing and he's chasing me, blah, 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 right? So this is the part where we start to add variables that now you're interacting with those variables and changing them and stuff, right? So we have a set of those. We have these export groups here for UI, and we now have, so let's just try adding fuel to the fire. Fuel to the fire. I'm trying to think of like one other thing that we could do here. Oh, we added this where we can put something on something, right? From the UI. What did we have? It was pop-up. World pop-up at. And we can put something somewhere and just have it pop up. This would be useful for what we're going to be doing. And then it goes away. Pop up at position. And then there must be, are we updating its position somehow? World pop up and position. So right now, add world pop up, remove world pop up. This is where we update the position of the world pop-ups. Okay, and then so what is a world pop-up? Let's see, world pop-up. Pop-ups, world pop-ups, UI world notification. So we got some stuff in the corner here. Yeah. That's the only way. Okay. I should probably do that just to be safe at some point. Does it reset my position somewhere else when I do that? Pop-up. Pop-up. So we have something called pop-up. UI. Inventory sign. UI. World notification, I'm calling it. And it's a label, and we can't assign it. No. So we need access to this label. World position. Export. Var. Label. Blah, blah. Funk ready. Here we go again with the funky funk. Void. Tools assert self. Okay. The node thing is cool too, because when somebody's got a quest and it's like, hey, I need you to go here, if they already know where it is, you could show it on the map. You could pop up the thing and be like, highlight it, you know, it's like, oh, it's right here. Label. Set set text value string void label text equals value UI pop up at text string pop-ups index blah 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 visible yoink. Text default is himlo and set text text. Okay. All right, so now we should be able to put something on the world stage. We already had this, but now we can add text to it. Okay. So if we're holding fuel, we're true. If we go over here and we press the action button and we're holding fuel, then we'll add to the fuel. How much will we add to the fuel? We will add 1 unit, which is half of 1. So fuel plus equals fuel unit. And this is is there a max function? Range? Is it range that I'm thinking of? Chrome Godot docs. Class reference. Globs. Global scope. Range. Random range. Is it GD script? Range. It's an array. We don't want an array. Length. Global. Returns a maximum of 2 int values. I guess we would use min. Min. Yeah. If we use minimum and we include fuel unit. So minimum fuel plus 1, or fuel plus fuel unit, and then min fuel max, which feels like an oxymoron. But if we use minimum and we say fuel max, and then we have a fuel unit, we will always fall to the lowest number, which if we are adding higher than our maximum. But there is a problem with this where, no, it'll fall down. If we're over, yeah, okay. That feels weird to do it that way, but that is the way to do it. Okay. And then whenever we're changing the fuel, I guess what we would want to do is, I fucking hate this, but we probably want to set her on the fuel. Just in case we're setting the fuel somewhere else. But for now, we're going to do it here. Main UI. And then we want to set the progress bar stuff, right? So maybe we need a function for, because we need to set, there's more to this than meets the eye. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, 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 wow. Do 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 ba bo ba bo ba bo ba bo ba 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 bo. Oven temp fuel. Wow 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 wow. Bow 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 bow. Max value equals blacksmithing max, what is it? Fuel max. There we go. Bro, it's a class name. What am I getting wrong? Cannot resolve blacksmithing. Bro, it's right there. Oh, there's a parse error in blacksmithing? What you talking about? I don't see anything. Let's reload the project. Clamp. Is that the word I was looking for? We got to get the clamp here, boys. I wonder what would be faster. That's interesting. So a clamp. Value, min and max. Oh no, that's a magic number. Get dukes. Ooh, look at all this gold sitting here waiting for me. Still not enough, though. We need 150, right? But we're getting there. We're almost to level 7. Maybe if we hit 7, we'll go down to 2-2 and just see if we can raw dog it. We also need a leveling sound effect. All that kind of stuff. You don't need a lot. Like you could do, if it's an active window, you do more sounds than if that window is inactive. So you reserve like a certain alert sounds if you're just going to put it on in the background. And if the window is present and active, then you could add more sounds. Something like that. I would just, dude, I would literally just go, like, just record something to have. More gold. We got to 7, baby. Should we raw dog it? Let's raw dog 2-2. Hang on. We'll kill this guy first. I hate games not doing that. Mute in the background. So, let's see. Dead. Whoosh. All right, we're going to 2-2. We're going to consume our foods. Right off the bat, we hit a slug. So we set the max value. We need a setter for the value. Set BS fuel temp.
What is this bullshit?
$145, baby. Okay. So we're doing this so we can animate it. That's really what this is. Eventually we'll have some sort of animation thing for it, but for now, set BS. Fuel temp. Fuel. Wait, fuel temp. It's set BS fuel. It'll need to be temp. Still doing good. Well, we got enough gold. Let's do it. And we got a shield. Go back to... We're going to finish this. Dude, whenever my son takes a bath, it's so funny. He's always talking about his parts. Hamster, how's it going? Defense 9. That's my number dyslexia for sure. Okay, so max health. So this is good. And then we can sell. Let's equip it. Why won't it let us? It thinks we're in combat? No. Won't let us sell. Oh, it won't let us sell this shield. Urgh. We have to go to the other guys. And is this better than our leggings? No. I think we're all maxed out. So now let's go and just try and pwn the stuff. Hamster, hope you're doing good. Oh, that was one of the random encounters. It's good. It's good. We're I'm playing Nymphus's game while I'm streaming. 3 hours I've been streaming. Jesus. Okay. And we're about to start adding a lot of the variables for the blacksmithing stuff here. I fixed the network bug that we had the other day too. That was embarrassing how that happened. It's been so solid. And for now, we've turned off deterministic physics. It seems to work fine right now with rollbacks, so we're gonna have it off for a bit because it's the physics thing is definitely causing an issue. So. All right, so we're gonna stay on 2-2 and say if we can just auto roll this or have this going its own with that beefy shield we got. So when we hit that skeleton, we got to pay attention to that skeleton. I just want to know that I could take on a skeleton and not have to worry. Something is wrong with our blacksmithing class. Of course, it's not giving me any errors. Because that would be helpful. We don't want to be helpful. We're a computer. We want the user to do everything. Why is AI taking over? It's because you spent so long not giving a shit about software that even having a FE AI is better than what we ended up with. Thanks, guys. All right. State heat. Okay, so a bunch of these are broken. And heat is not declared because it's state heat. Hello. Meow. Wow. You can grab my office supplies anytime. Okay. Shaping. Could not find shaping. Blacksmith. 32. Down here. State shaping. Throwing that off to an AI would be nice. Say, hey, do this for me, brah. I think we encountered a skeleton and I didn't even notice. There we go. Okay. Oh, yeah, like a lore book. Do you know Magic Resource Research, a Steam game? All right, I'm feeling good. I'm going to log out. Nymphis gave a lot of my feedback. My main suggestion right now is sound. Just small cues. And I know some people might not like it, but maybe if there was a checkbox or a thing where it's like, hey, if you minimize me, like play certain important cues so I don't just die, you know, that kind of thing. All right, so I'm going to log out. It's great, though. So far, so good, man. All right, we're going to close it. We have 160 errors. Why do we have so many errors here? Load word. Attempted to has on a variable type int into a typed array of object. 140. Okay, so that's... Okay, something else. After the update, you will be hella stronger. Okay. I'm going to go over to game code really quick and get rid of this fatty error that's going to throw me off. Can I just do not on it? Yes, I can. Sweet! All right, that gets rid of our errors. Okay, so here's what it's looking like right now. We can go over to our areas here. We can move back and forth amongst the areas. We can leave them and then go over to the anvil area. And this snapping is going to be a lot more organic. Right now, it's just like we're getting our points set and everything. So that's going to be more beautiful. I promise it'll be more beautiful. And this permanent upgrades aren't just stat upgrades, or quality of life, getting bestiary with loot information, description, other events, statistic overviews. my error. Oh, I see. I don't, dude. I think it kind of works. I think that grind works, especially because it's an auto battler. You don't have a lot of content yet, so you just scale it so that what you have takes. You can guarantee that it'll take X amount of time unless somebody finds a way to cheese it or do something that you weren't expecting. But I think abstracting the idea of where you're going into the point crawl thing is something that people will really appreciate. So even if you don't want to do that auto movement thing like we were talking about, just having it represented in a map form, I think is interesting. So, but it's I think it works right now as a game for sure. And I think that you got a couple people that are totally hooked on it, so you could just slap ads in it or something, for the kind of game that it is. But I don't know what difficulties that might create with different regs in different countries and stuff like that. So okay, so we can move in and out of these areas. We have most of we're getting our variables arranged. So holding fuel. So this is what we want to do. I was convinced with auto movement here in chat how to do it, so I guess it's coming. Thanks for playing. Yeah. I mean, it's an auto battler, right? So you're just adding to the auto-ness of it. Okay, we're gonna save we're gonna save what? We're gonna commit what we've done because we're getting into the weeds of a lot of this and stuff is changing. Game player, I don't care. It's just me looking at the notes. Okay, so what we can do is if we're holding fuel, we do all this and then we say holding fuel is false. Okay. So theoretically, we should be able to make that temp number go up. So we go over here, we hit the button, we go over here, and we do that. Okay, good. We're hitting an error. Set BS fuel temp. Oh, that's right. It's not temp anymore. So we're going to skip that. Let's try it again. Okay. So we're adding fuel into the thing. Okay. So that's that. And then it's slowly going to start burning down. So we need some fuel burn rate. And so, shit, this is all physics stuff, guys. Because it depends on the temp, right? So we need some starting temperature when we first throw fuel in, like it just sort of starts. Got to go back to the start of the stream and watch you play from the beginning until I join. All right, cool, Nymphis. Yeah, I downloaded the Linux version and it works fine. Works on Wayland. Fine. So that's good news too. Okay. So we'll have a starting temperature. Const temp start starting start temp. Temp start temp. Float. And I mean, how hot does smelting get, guys? Let's do a search. How hot does smelting get for smelting for weapons and armor get? Well over 1,000 Celsius, depending on the metal. Up to 2,900 Fahrenheit. Okay. Iron and steel. So the highest numbers I'm seeing, bronze and copper is really low. Tin melts around 450. So let's say our maximum is 2,000 float. And we'll represent it in Celsius. Colin, how's it going? So we're going to say our max here is 2,000. Oh, that's not temp max. Should we have the should we have it explode when it gets too hot? We'll start it out at 100. Now, does the temp go up or down when something's burning? What is the I don't know, guys. How does this work? How do they get it so hot? Temp start temp max. I mean, there's like a cool down, right? Do we use a curve for the cooling over time? There's probably stuff out in the real world that's like, here's the actual cooling curve. How you doing, Colin? Hope you're doing good, man. What temperature? Cooling temperature. Heat to room temperature curve. Heating curve and cooling curve of water. So this so it's different depending on the metal, but then there's the oven itself, right? Newton's law of cooling. states that the rate of heat loss of a body is directly proportional to the difference in the temperatures between the body and its environment. Oh, shit. Delta. Oh, God. Heat flux transferred out of the body. Coefficient. Oh, fuck. Coefficient's a function, right? Temperature of the object's surface. Delta. Jesus Christ. What if we just follow a curve? We're just going to follow a curve. Cooling curve. We'll make a cooling curve. I can't even product. Now I'm wrong on what I'm just trying to come up with something for it to come down. Because if I try and math it out myself, we're gonna be spending even more time. So we're gonna curve it. I guess for now it'll just be something like this. Like if it's the hotter it is, I don't know. I don't even know how to fucking do this. I've never done something like this before. I have what I want to make, and I'm going to try and make it. That's all I'll say. No, you're not. You're not. You're not. Fuck. Every time it hits math, though, for me, this is when I start to fucking... Shit. Okay. Stay cool, Cricket. Okay. Fuck. No. Sometimes it's my own self. It's not you. So it's all inside my head. But when you stream, you just kind of I'm vocalizing, I'm trying to make my inner monologue external. Maybe I shouldn't do that so often. Okay, so the cooling curve comes down. I don't know how this shit goes. I mean, we do have this it's like faster and then it slopes down at the end. So if we just put one right in the middle and then we just kind of exaggerate it more, that'll be more interesting, right? So, but how do we do the heat? Like, if fuel is burning, then the heat starts to go up in temperature. So to keep it really hot, that's when we would want to have to hit the bellows, right? So how do I do this with math, though? If we have a number that let's say we have a linear, let's think about it linearly. Heat always goes up at a fixed amount. Let's say we start out with that, right? So obviously the heat would then go to infinity, and we don't want that. The bellows will amplify it. Initially, when we first start the fire, I think having the heat curve, the temperature of the heat start to curve up and then start to plateau is the way to go. So again, this kind of curve is a good thing here. This long plateau, I think this is good for it. So if we think of this as a number that is declining our linear, and it's impacting the linear value where it's like it's no longer linear. Now it's only adding very small amounts of numbers. The curve would actually go more like this way around. And then we would want it over here, right? So that it heats less and less as, so it would be like this. Something like that, right? So yeah, so it's always the linear growth, and then it starts to taper off, and then it really falls off into nothing. It's all self-doubt. I'm fighting my lizard brain, guys. You guys are seeing it in real time. And so I'll even if someone's not telling me I'm wrong, I'll just turn it into that because I'm just like full of it, full of self-doubt. And no, I don't know. I think how streaming is healthy for me. It's helping me. I don't know. I'm always self-reflecting though, so who knows. Okay, so let's just apply this heat curve to things, right? So we have a number between 1 and 0. Actually, and we can do minimum domain, so we could make it go into the negatives. Interesting. Oh, wow. Okay. What are we doing here, Cricket? So all we need to do is consider time. So max domain, if we think about... Oh, no. We want values, not domain. But domain could be time. Yeah! Here we go. So max value is... that really big number. Can we not go higher than that? Oh yeah, we can go wherever we want. So 2000 min value. So let's say min value is room temperature. We'll call it room temp. And so this is and then this is time. So time, how long, let's say that we're trying to get it. See, this is. Oh, fuck. It's not much we have to do that. This is the hard part. Like, this is 4 hours. I'm thinking. But once we do this, we have the things. Everything is there, and then we could just tweak numbers. So it would just be, we would just keep adding fuel to get the temperature hotter and hotter. How about that for now? And then we could do bellows to bump it up. And then this timeline here is time. So let me imagine 30 seconds as being the maximum to do this in. And then we need the fuel loss. So now we have a curve where we'd slowly reach that temperature. Now the question is we need fuel to burn at some amount based on the temp. So we use the temp as a number to reduce the fuel quantity. So as the fuel increases, as the heat increases, the fuel burns faster and faster. And we could think of it as, so how fast, let's say we're at that 30-second mark. How fast do we want the fuel to burn? I don't know. What do we call that variable number? I don't know. Okay, so this is our heat curve. We'll do that for now. We have a thing we can futz around with, and that can represent, okay, we're getting somewhere. So we follow that curve over time, and then we burn fuel based off some amount from that. So if we know we're a maximum of 2,000 and we know our current value, so let's say if we're at 2,000, we're burning at 1, whatever 1 is. And if we're anywhere in between, we're between 0 and 1, but 1 times some value. So we can have something we can set for that. So fuel burn rate, float, I don't know. We're going to call it 5. So it's 5 times that value. Okay. Shit. My brain. $21C is room temp. Okay. Is the goal to simulate a realistic furnace? No, but like we need it to go down and stuff. We need to be able to tweak some numbers and all that stuff. So we got a curve here. So I'm not going for realism. I'm just going for like, because I don't know physics, like what is supposed to happen in physics. So I'm going off of like a layman's like, oh, you have a furnace and you put in things and the temperature goes up and then like, and just like that. But in real, like some blacksmith's going to be like, this is all wrong. Like, but it's more like to try and get something to get some stuff to start acting like something that I want it to act like, basically. But it's just like, how do I do that? And how do I do it with like, I don't know, all of this stuff. I don't, number goes up, player happy. Exactly. Okay, so we do this and we start to burn the fuel over time. So we could do this on the physics step. Which I think is the way to do it. Funk. Okay, physics process. Okay. Don't worry, guys. Fuck. I'm gonna go grab a drink of confidence. Be right back. I love my family. Love you, Jim. Love you, Jim. Okay.
Oh, you took them off? Papa? Oh. You still have that twin beam. What is that called again, Mama? What is that thing that you're want that something you want to take? Yeah. Delivery. He still
a great memory, dude.
I think I wanted to go up to Alabama, but I just go down there.
Okay, so let's say that our temperature, our fuel never goes down for this experiment. What I'd like, Purelin, is that it's simple, but there's some depth to it, so that if you want to go deeper with it, you can. If you don't pay attention and you don't care, it doesn't matter either. It's just that it's if you want some more reward, like if you engage with it deeper, there is some depth to it. But if you're just gonna go through emotions and that flow is fine, and you just like that part of it of just like, oh, I'm a blacksmith, blah blah blah, then that's also okay. But like, I like the idea that if the oven's going and you throw some like magic dust in there, it changes something so that when it's glowing blue instead of red during that time, you're granting something to, some shit like that, right? Where you don't need to do that stuff, but if you wanted to, there's like a whole thing there for you to like engage in. But I'm not implementing any of that stuff right now. Right now, I just want the stuff to feel right with the timing and everything that I'm imagining this stuff would happen at. So here's what we'll do. So over time, we're going to increase the temperature. We are judging it at about 30 seconds. So delta is going to travel us along this heat curve, right? So we won't focus on burning the fuel. Once there's fuel in, we're just going to start incrementing this the way that this curve is set. So that's the first problem to solve. So let's do that. Fiera, what's up? And so this is where we probably do need a setter. Because when we set the fuel... Okay. So we have set fuel. We want to show the temp. And so we have the fuel progress bar and the oven temp progress bar. Dude, Fiera, I hope you're good too, man. Let me start doing some shout outs here. Let me do a shout out to Colin. Do I have a special page for you, Colin? I don't, because I'm an asshole. Shout out, Colin. There we go. Join us in following Colin. Time after time. Set BS oven temp. Okay, and then we're going to go up here and we need to set the maximum oven temp. BS oven temp progress bar max value blacksmithing max temp max oven temp max temp oven fuel oven temp oven start temp. Fiera, how's your stuff coming, man? Oven temp max. Dude, Oh man, it's so it's rare. Like the cool thing about Greg is that we don't have any people doing art. Like that are also doing game stuff. Like in the sense of like modeling and game dev, it's not the degree that Greg can output in terms of art and speed, frankly. So there's people that do like, you know, you get like modeling and stuff, but it's not the same. IRL, I have no one doing game dev. What does that mean? Simi lurking, Simi trying to find things in my room. Oh, gotcha. What do you mean you have no one doing game dev? Like you don't know any real life? I think we're all in that situation. Rare out in the wild. Oh, dude, for sure. Although my wife's, can't say any of that. Yeah. How were your holidays and New Year's? Was it chill? Yeah, it was chill. Calvin dug a hole under one of our cars and hid there because I let him out to go potty during New Year's Eve, and I forgot about him. And he was just like, I'm scared. I'm going to go under the car. So he dug a hole and like was laying under there. I feel awful. Calvin's a good boy. I need to get him in here. What I need is drapes so that he can come in and out easily. Because right now I have this pull down thing, and if he tries to come in, he's just like lumbers in like an idiot and knocks off, like mess things up. Okay, so when set temp, Insomniac's East Coast office is in my grocery store parking lot, and I live 15 minutes from Epic, Funcom, and Squanch. So we've got a weird amount of game dev people around here. I should go to meetup someday, but I'm scared. Dude, you'd end up getting a job, man. Why wouldn't you do that? I mean, I don't know that you would want to work in the industry, frankly. Now's not the best time. It's like, I just got hired. Oh, I'm getting laid off. Fuck. Okay. You have offices in your parking lots? There's files are on the computer? Temperature oven equals clamp F temperature oven. So we need to travel along the curve. We don't have to clamp anything right now. So what we do for the curve is there, we do need our point. Max domain. Temperature oven equals curve. Heat curve. Now, how do you sample the curve? We're about to make history here. $3x what a game dev position was, but maybe if they didn't renew my contract in September, I'll look. Yeah, I feel like I just wouldn't fit in. Waldebur had an interview where he was talking about how excited he would get about things and try and just talk about ideas for the game that they were working on. And it was clearly like in the industry, it's really like stay in your lane. It sounds like when it's a certain scale. And he was working for Disney and stuff. So, and so there's just like a you can step on a lot of toes if you're over, like, it just seems like, yeah. And I really don't like the idea of owning my artistic stuff too. Yeah. Strip malls, is that a uniquely American thing? I couldn't tell you. I live here, so I don't know the whole world, but it is wild to think about how so much commercial space could just be vertical. Like you could have a lot more land if you just like, because we like to do zoning and pretend like we're architects of a grand design, but really we're just idiots. But like with commercial stuff, if it just went up, it would help out a lot. Yep. Could be housing on top, yeah. Oh no, it's more like Sarah, it's more like so that there's more residential stuff and more space for, if everything was vertical, it would help a ton actually. Affordable housing vertically on top of their stores. All the NIMBYs will come out and say no to it though. Sample offset. Returns the Y value for a point that would exist at the X position of the offset along the curve. Assuming this is X. So sample. So we use sample. Heat curve sample. And then we need some delta time that we're keeping track of. And so it would be var oven time. Oven delta time. Just oven time's fine. Does that mean we should put oven as prepending it? Oven time and then oven temperature. And then ingot temperature. This is almost enough to have my kids try it soon. My whole town could fit in a pretty few in a pretty small few floor building, to be honest. Like a shopping size building. Yeah. People live above their businesses. I think that's great. And obviously it's not the same person that owns the business often. But yeah, I think that's a really cool concept. It'd be funny to have like a mom and pop restaurant while a couple above in the house is banging. It's like, yeah, I'll have the the creme fraiche, the creme fraiche. I would never live above a Costco, though. That would be a nightmare, unless it was a designated resident entrance and exit for parking. Yeah, we love our fucking cars, man. In the States, Jesus Christ. You talk to anybody who God, you talk to like certain people about, hey, let's make it so that a car can't even go here. And they're like, "You're my freedoms." And they just like lose their minds. And it's like, no, but if it's walkable, it's better. Do you know how far you walk from Walmart into Walmart and then back out to your car again? And you're totally fine doing that. But if you had to walk the same distance and it wasn't going to Walmart, you'd flip the fuck out. It's crazy. I'm definitely radicalized on the parking stuff and cars and in general in the States. I think it's awful what's happening with growth and everything. Great brand value. Mm-hmm. It's nothing like walking into a Walmart and seeing the happy faces of all the Walmart workers. Always with smiles, and it's like, wow, this is really helping everybody and making everyone happier. Man. The sounds of a Walmart argument and fight. The scuffle of people punching each other. You have to be fair going on road trips, but it much rather have walkable cities with nice transportation. The unfortunate thing about the States is that we colonized, and then we had a good, if you look at the original colonies, the 13 colonies, and then we had this westward expansion, right? Everything still makes sense. And then the automobile came out, and we had all this fucking space, right? Unlike Europe, that was already sort of like packed in, and you know, and so the development of the automobile within an existing framework of everything created more logical thinking about integrating the automobile into a lifestyle of walking and traveling without it, right? But in the States, it's like, oh shit, we're gonna have a freeway that goes all the way from the East Coast to the West Coast, and then we're gonna have roads everywhere, and because we have all this wide open fucking space everywhere, and we're gonna and we just really fucked it up. I really like living in DC 20 years ago because their metro was so clean and easy. You could go everywhere. Yeah. The original states tend to be a little bit better. It's real. It's bad. All of it's true. The traffic. Parking lots instead of walkable. Walking is a crime in some areas. No fucking joke. Sometimes you literally, being poor is criminal here when it comes to walking in some areas where there's literally no easement to walk on, and therefore you'll have to make a decision of walking the legal way and you'll sometimes have to walk, not even joking, almost a mile to legally cross the street to the other side in some areas. I'm not exaggerating at all. Walking is extremely dangerous in the States. It's getting more and more dangerous. People are hostile to people who walk. You'll get shit thrown at you. People will honk at you. Culturally, people just shit on people who walk here. It's been my experience throughout my entire life, especially when I was lower income, like, because you had to walk all the time, right? And you're just getting shit on by people, by drivers and stuff. Not actually poop, but just treated like trash, being that you're walking somewhere. And especially if you're walking in the bad areas or whatever. But just treated like a diaper, yeah. Bicycling is even more dangerous in the States. We have road rage shootings every few days. Yeah, I'm walking here. Yeah. No, dude. Texas is bonkers crazy. There's like, I remember I went and visited my sister, and it's like, oh, hey, you want to walk? We were like, hey, let's walk to the park. It's only like half a mile away. They're like, you can't. We're like, what? And they're like, there's no way to walk there. And it's like, what are you talking about? There's literally no sidewalks or anything to just get there. You can't get there. You'd have to cut through like private property and shit to safely walk to this location. So you have to get there with a vehicle. This is the one thing I find absolutely funny. Some people make videos about sidewalks just ending like into nothing. Yeah, they'll end and then reappear. Dude, it's so crazy. It's so bad. And the problem is it happens with new developments too. You can walk around San Antonio in the center at the Riverwalk if you can get there. Right. I had a high waist length hair when I was 20 to 23. I got me too'd. Some dude I knew was was in the passenger seat of a car and shouted out the window, "Nice ass, B word." I turned around and shouted, "Thanks." Oh, Jesus. Yeah. But the water bottles and shit thrown at you and I got that a lot when I was younger. I don't walk nearly as much anymore. Yeah, I had to go to Vegas for a work conference and wait for an Uber, which was 2 to 3 hours, and I wanted to walk to the hotel, but it's illegal to do so. Yeah, walkable cities. The argument that I try to make to like right ring or red state peoples or whatever about walking is that it is becoming a First Amendment. I try to make a First Amendment proposition to it because to be able to protest something, there has to be a public easement. If we start to remove public easements, we can't protest a thing anymore. And suddenly it becomes an illegal act. And so I try to argue from that where they claim to care about speech. Everyone claims to care about speech until it's speech they don't like. But and also just there's a freedom of movement. I believe there's a part of the Constitution that talks about something along those lines. Let's all move to Denmark if we all live in the same big house, but they wouldn't let us in. I mean, we could maybe work there for a little bit, but I don't think we'd be able to. You're free to move in your car, but you can't sleep in your car. Can't go to a public parking lot and sleep. Get harassed by the cops. Get harassed by the cops. Even like it's fucking a nightmare. They see out of city. And the red states are real bad about license plates because on the license plate they'll out you that you're not from that city. And so they have, we don't take kindly to these folks around these parts or whatever with like out of state stuff, right? But then they can even do it in the cities and be like, "What are you doing here? Your plate says you live at this place. Why the hell are you here? We don't take too kindly." So even that kind of shit can happen just like being in the same state. Because your license plate literally says you're from this town. The first like characters or whatever. Why can't you sleep in a car? Because there's generally, I mean, they'll just use it as an excuse. Are you okay? You okay? What's going on? Why are you here? I need to ID you. You're being suspicious. You're suspiciously parked in this parking lot. And so you really can't because you're going to get harassed. You're supposed to be like the park thing, I believe is true. But then people in town, like the cops in towns will just fuck you over with it. Like they'll still just use any excuse they can to just say you're not supposed to be here. Not anymore. I'm in SoCal and it's an effing disaster. But I was terrified. Yeah, dude. Any of the public and any of the national parks, It's really kind of scary. It does feel like you're taking your life into your hands, like camping at those parks for any extended amount of time. I get all freaked out about like some psychopath serial killer killing me. Even in the times of Hitchcock, it was illegal or suspicious, like in Psycho. I've also slept in my car at highway rest stops, but you can only do that in certain states. Yeah. They call them rest stops, but you can't stop and rest in them. Oh, God. And it's new developments. New developments are the worst too. It's all just it's horrible. There's no end in sight, and it's only getting worse. I don't know how you fix it. The automobile is the most effective intrusion into violating our Fourth and Fifth Amendments. It is used as a tool of oppression. It is not on purpose, but it has become a tool to abuse the powers of the state against the individual. And so to get rid of vehicles means that it gets rid of that kind of power. So the opposition to reducing vehicles is not only from a cultural standpoint. City government and taxes tie into this as well, where the expansion of drivable spaces increases revenue, which is needed to pave the roads that they never paid for in the first place when they expanded. So expansion is the only way to continue to pay for these things. I don't know how we fix it. Yeah, I don't know. Is it the Sixth or the Fifth Amendment that I'm thinking of? Anyways, it sucks. Back to work. Yeah. So what happens is there's new developments, and the new developments are paid for by the expansion, the people who are doing the development, right? So new housing development, hey, we'll pay for the roads. And the city's like, yeah, because we need that tax money to pay for our other roads that we're not paying for properly yet. So if we get these new houses, we'll get more taxes to pay for those roads. And then the roads where the new houses are at eventually get old, and they're like, fuck, we need to pay for those. And they're like, well, we'll just keep doing this cycle. Yeah. It sucks. Dude, the roads in my old neighborhood look like, God. Because I lived in the Central Coast, and where I lived, man, the roads are so bad now. Oh, it's insane. Aria, how you doing? Happy New Year to you. I hope you're doing good. Okay, so we're going to travel along this. So we have our oven time, oven temperature. We went on a rant about drivable spaces in the States and how bad it is here. We like to lie to ourselves and say we have all these freedoms when we really don't. Okay, so sample is going to be our delta, and it's going to be we're going to clamp it. Oven time. So we're going to oven max time. And really, this could be set by the, we could set this by the curve. But it's a constant, so it'd have to be... Oven time equals clamp F delta oven time delta 0 to oven max time, and then we sample oven time for temperature. Oven time fixes the temp. Set oven temp. So the setter here, this is supposed to be like this, but we could just give it the delta. So we could say increase, increment, oven temp instead of set. And then we can just give it the delta and then do all this in there. Doesn't really matter where we end up doing this, though. The setter. I don't like doing it this way, actually, but... You know what? It's fine. We don't need to do this. So all we need to know is if there's fuel in the oven. So if fuel is greater than 0, then we do all this nonsense. We actually need to clear out the oven time if it drops below 0. We need to clear the oven time down, put it down to 0, I suppose. There's a character named Cricket. Nice. I tweaked my neck a bit, but other than that, I'm doing okay. Just some lesson prep for today. Nice. What do you what kind of lesson? What kind of lesson? Oven temperature set. BS oven temp, oven temperature. I don't know, guys. I'm definitely like overall with the entire world, I'm sort of disenchanted with pretty much everything. I will say though, I do envy most European cities and stuff. Like when we were in Italy, it was great. Just walk everywhere. I mean, even when we were in Rome, I remember I forget where we were staying at, but we went to the Vatican and back, and then we were going like, we walked to the fudging. In one day we did we went to the Vatican, and I don't know, we just went everywhere. And then we went to we went to the Colosseum, and before that, even on the same day, we visited the what was the one with the church? They still practice a really old religion. With the dome. What was it? Huh? The Pantheon, yeah. So we went from the Pantheon to the Colosseum, right? In the same day? Oh, yeah. Yeah, we accidentally went to the Vatican. That's right. We're like, oh, there's the Vatican. Oh, we were staying near the Trevi Fountain. Okay, so that's our base of where we were walking from. And we walked everywhere. And yeah, the Spanish stuff was like really nearby where we were. Yeah, I know every place is like that though. That's Napoli. Um, and then we went to Florence, and we stayed 2 weeks in Florence. And I got really sick at the end, and I was not deathly, but I was so sick. And she wanted to go onto the steps, go up the Duomo, and so we did it, even though I was like totally out of it on the last day. So we walked up the. I was so out of it. Florence is really nice. I liked Florence, and then we stayed like half a week or something to we went to Venice. Um, if you went to the Coliseum and then to the Trevi Fountain, you walked 200K. Did we get a ride to the Coliseum? It's not that. Yeah. No, we walked everywhere. We only got a ride in from the airport in Rome. You might be saying the wrong fountain. That's the right fountain. Yeah. No, we walked everywhere. They're different cities. No. Trevi Fountain. It's in Rome. To Colosseum. It's 16 miles. Yeah, no, we were walking like crazy. Yeah. No, that's what I'm saying. We were walking everywhere. Oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Although this is like some weird route that we probably didn't take because it's doubling back the suggestion from Google. So it looks like we could cut off like 3, maybe even more miles off of that. Yeah, because as we were walking to the Coliseum, we even went into a museum. They had this giant museum with huge steps all the way up, and it had the tomb of the forgotten soldier, the flame of the eternal flame, or whatever it was. And we went in there for a little bit, even on the same day. If I don't, right. And the Coliseum is huge. Like, I was not expecting how tall it was. Oh, and even the way that they're saying to get to the Coliseum is like, yeah, this is all kinds of wrong. We would have done this. But it's nice to have such a deeply rich area to like go around in. And in the States, it's like, this is where the old Sears building used to be. It's like, here's where this is where Kmart used to be. And it's just like, unless you go to the East Coast, there's not nearly as much history to look at. So it's just like, it's not the same. It's all very walkable. Yeah, spent a few years in the Mediterranean, but I was on a ship, so they all get mixed together. Yeah. No, it was beautiful. I wouldn't stay in Rome though. I didn't like Rome. Like, as far as the city is concerned, I wouldn't have stayed there. And even just like there's a farmer's market, every day when we were in Florence, and it's just like you just go get some food and it's all fresh and everything. And it's just like a completely different experience than in the States with stuff like that. And like hearing church bells, like real church bells, instead of like a recording of a church bell, that's great. That stuff's great. You go down to our downtown and they don't even, there's a church bell that they don't ring anymore, but they have a speaker that plays the sound of a church bell for some fucking reason. And it's just like, it's so sad. Anyways. Okay. Let's see if this works. Hold on to your butts. Okay. So we picked up fuel, putting it in. Oven tip is rising. I got chills. They're multiplying. It should start slowing down. Okay, so let's make the number not a percentage, but represented in Celsius. So that seems about 30 seconds. All right, we're doing it, boys. We're doing it. It's working. They are playing sounds for the same reason companies are selling Commodore 64, Amiga, Atari computers. Nostalgia. I still think that a town bell has a purpose. I think it's a unifying thing. I do think that it can serve a greater good, and I don't know. Yeah. Also, at one point, I was going to Napoli every week, and they were having a garbage strike, and they had literal mountains of trash bags all over the city, and it stank to high. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like the name limit, Nymphis. I'll say that as well, but it might be a web reason. And then I was in Athens during a garbage and taxi strike. Man, Greece hasn't had it well though. They went bankrupt and everything, and that I think they're still paying the price for that. And I mean, we're headed on the same track right now in the States. Crazy stuff. All right, so now we have our heat curve. 30 seconds doesn't feel right now, so let's make it 60. I got chills. They're multiplying. And I'm losing control. It's electrifying. Ooh, ooh, ooh. You better shape up, 'cause I need a man. He'll eat some tacos right out of my hand. You know what I want? Ooh, ooh, ooh. Get some fuel. Whoops. Oh, get out of there. Oop. Get some fuel. Put it in. Fuel. Put it in. So there goes our oven temp. So how do we control the temp? How do you cool an oven? Got to bounce, have a good stream. All right, Arya. She's like, I can only take so much singing. Yeah, I got to go. My mom, dad, honey, is that you? Like any excuse to see it. All right. Close dampers. Like you kind of have to let it run out of fuel. That's one way we could do this. Okay, so let's have our fuel burn. Our fuel burn down. So we have a burn rate of fuel. So then what we'll do is we'll just apply that number and see what happens here. And would this be a delta, like a negative number? Or would we just use subtraction? Let's just use subtraction on it. So fuel equals clamp fuel burn rate times delta minimum fuel max if fuel equals 0, then we set oven time to 0. I guess we would cool, wouldn't we? I mean, one way we can have the fuel grow is by the temperature grow is by adding fuel. Maybe like something like that, but I don't know. Oops. Oh, wow. It goes down way too fast. Okay, that's too fast. So this is every second. So let's say it's like a half second to burn the fuel rate. Now, is it... Oops. Ah! Okay, it's still too much. Okay. Let's make it into half of that. Okay, it's still way too fast. How about better shake up, 'cause I need friend. A man. So maybe fuel is one whole number. And as the temperature increases, we'll burn fuel faster. So let's make fuel 1. So fuel unit is 1. We're tweaking the numbers. Okay. So then what we want to do is as oven temperature scales up, the burn of the fuel is higher. Okay. And then the bellows can artificially push the temp up. They guess the temp by the color of the flames and the color of the mill. Air control is really a big part of this. So there's some like maximum that we hit, and then when we want to push it past that, right? So it's all about air management. So the bellows area could be where you're controlling the opening up of letting in more air or not. But we also want this to be idiot proof, right? So let's run out of fuel. Growling octopus, how's it going? So then we need to cool. Do we just traverse? If there's no fuel, do we just follow the heat curve backwards for now? For dropping the temperature? I guess we could. Let's do that. So if there's fuel, we do this. If there isn't, elif fuel is 0, then we move our delta down. So time is now going backwards for that. Oven time, oven temp. So then the temperature of the oven will just naturally drop when there's no fuel. So let's put in like 1 fuel and then watch it burn out. Okay. So temperature's going up. That's not right. That ain't right. Let's set a breakpoint. Oh, we have this. And then we reach the break. Okay, good. So let's fix that. If fuel equals 0 and I guess we check the oven temp first. So if oven temperature is greater than 0 and our fuel equals 0, then we start lowering the oven temperature. So go over here, grab our fuel, put it in. Whoops. Oh, I should have just put in 1. Okay, so it's burning down. And now our temperature starts to fall. And then we can throw more fuel in to build it back up. It feels like when there's a whole level to this that we could do, but we're not going to. Not initially, not worth any amount of time. Okay. And then we're putting in something. We have some sort of indicator of a sweet spot for the temp. Okay. Okay, so let's translate oven temperature into a better number. So this needs to be 2000. And we're not going to show percentage. Wait, what did it just go away? Well, that's weird. How do we show a number that's not this percentage is displayed on the bar? What? Does that mean I have to put a label in here if I just want it to be a number? No? Godot, are we serious right now about progress bars? Show percentage shows the number, but I don't want to show the percent sign. What? That's stupid. Max value. And we're showing, no matter what, it's showing a percentage instead of just a value. Godot, progress bar, show value instead of percentage. To show the raw value of the progress bar, you need to hide the built-in percent display and use a separate label node to display the value in a script. What the actual fuck? Okay, well that's stupid. I'll just say that. I don't like that. I don't like that. Okay, so I'm trying to expand there we go. Fill it. Okay, so we're filling. Gotta go. Good luck with the oven. All right, we're gonna lose. Thank you so much. Why is it hard to find good information about old smelters? This is why the internet sucks now. Why can't I easily find information about medieval and ancient times smelting? Oh, we had a lady come into I was at the ER when some lady came in because of that one chip challenge. And I forget what was wrong with her, but something was wrong. And it looked like she was dying. She was, yeah. Like something happened and then her stomach was like, she was in massive pain and like doubling. Oh, there was like blood. Something about, she threw up and there was like, I don't know. There's something about blood. I remember that. Diagnosis, wuss. I mean, I guess it could possibly have just been the coloring on the chip, right? That made it look like when you throw up, it looks like blood or something. Probably an ulcer. Yeah, that's probably what it was. Yep, that'll do it. Bloody stool. How you doing, Grumble? Grumble. You missed Mr. Pig. Mr. Pig today. He had his clothes. He wanted to show everybody. He wanted to show me specifically. He was very proud of them. He got a little sweater vest thing. Doing good enough. La Bleu. And this is just temp oven label. Temp oven. Another temp oven label. And then this will fill the whole thing. And then we'll have it centered. 2000. Okay, good. This is stupid. Okay, and then we're going to go over here. BS oven temp label is a label. And we're going to set it down here where we set the temp. So we say BS oven temp label text equals str value. And then we go back over here. And then we need to set it here. Blacksmith. Like that. Okay. So now if we go over here, pick up fuel. Oh shit, we don't want it to look like that though. So we got to trim it. So we're doing it on UI. String value round. Can we, how do you round a float? Do we just say round? Like that. That seems like something that you would do. There we go. But now it's got a little dot on it. We don't want that either. So now we got to turn it into an integer after we round. So we say int round. Nested in there like that. There we go. So we could use I like the idea that the bellows is how you push it past a certain number. And so you can keep it at, like, there's a kind of a guaranteed temperature. If you cast as int, oh, you're right. You're right. It takes care of us for us. Does it drop or does it do a round when we do that? Okay. Let's try putting the oven temp on over the thingy. So when we set the oven temp, so if we did, oh, but that's to display a pop-up. Oh, yeah. Uh-oh, it made it 1. We don't want that. Okay, this is something. So right now we'll pretend like temperature doesn't really matter. It just needs to be have a temperature. And so then we're going to run over here and we're going to, when we put in, we need a button. So we'll do the left facing button for holding the anvil into, or holding the tongs, sorry, holding the tongs with the ingot into the flames. There is a proposal about the progress bar from 2021, but it was deemed too simple to implement on your own for the time. But I never got much view count or feedback for someone to challenge it. I wonder if you just did a pull request where you said, okay, here you go. Like, now there's a checkbox. Because show percentage, to me, you uncheck that. There should be a show value and a show percentage. So you can uncheck, like if show value isn't shown, then show percentage is grayed out, right? So if show value is unchecked, then show percentage goes away anyways. But you can say show value and uncheck show percentage. That would be it. And so if it's show value with no percentage, then it's not going to add the percent onto it. But even better would be some sort of like modifier where it's like, because you might want some other thing to show up here, like an icon or something. But anyways. Yeah, so that's what I'm talking about with the cooling curve. So that if we had a cooling curve, yes, I'm 100% panic and urgency. Yeah. So if I can wrap my brain around that, the cooling curve would be like, okay, if it's at this temp, then it cools at this rate or something along those lines, right? So if we use the X and the Y here to indicate the rate of cooling based on where we are on the temperature scale, this is what I would use the cooling curve for. So this isn't about time. It's applied via a delta modified, but it's the rate of cooling based on the temperature. So yeah, we could have these like ramps where it kind of falls and dips and stuff like that. And so once you get it there, you can kind of keep it there for longer. Something like that. I think that would be interesting. Yeah, so this was discussed in the proposal. Editor only would not suffice, and adding as a script would be just the same as doing it with a label minus one node. Yeah, but then you don't have a node. And you don't, like, it's weird that in my opinion, if that's the position, then you should be able to set the. I disagree. It's a bar that you set a minimum and a maximum amount to, and whatever you set the value to, that's where the scale of the bar comes in. You have all these options for changing that, right? Look at this. How the step frequency, like the page value for scroll bars and stuff, like all of this stuff here. You can do all this greater than, allow greater, allow lesser, all this. But they draw the line at, no, you can't hide the percent. What the fuck is that? That's the kind of stuff I can't skip behind. It's like, guys, come on. Really? I don't know. Because at that point, why not argue that if you want to show any value, you have to put in. If you want to show any value, you have to put in your own label. Like, why not? Why not make that the argument at that point? Because you're not going to let me, like, you're going to force this additional character on there that I'm not asking for. I've decided you're going to be the goblin boss in the sewer level of my game, by the way. Oh my God. What does that even mean? BitBionic, how's it going? Ackerman90, thank you for the follow. Because it's a progress bar. Interesting. It's almost like in video games, to have a thing that can scale up and down in value and not have a percentage on it is common. And since this is a game engine, why would we enable that Instead, focus our design around what is traditional in software GUI. I guess that would be my argument. If I was to try and repropose, hey, it's very common to have a number and then some other thing like HP or whatever, right? So like, at least let me change this percent. Like that would be another way to do it is you could say percent, or you could delete it and have it be no character or something, right? I don't know. Just fork it and do it your own way. I just made a goblin boss and had to do this progress bar for him. Maybe that's why he was angry. Why can't you add a label to it and update the label while updating the value? Yeah, we can. I argue that I think that the GUI paradigms are too focused on what you would do in software and not what would you'd need it for in a game. He's the second boss in the game. He gave up Bouncila's location and helped him get captured for his gold. His name is Cricket, and he has glasses and your exact hairline. But it's just a coincidence. If you want me to do any voices, I could totally do that. No, my argument is that, okay. Game UI database. Here's the reason why I'm arguing for this. We're favoring the concept of a progress bar over the need for a progress bar in a game. I.e., the ability to set a scale and a value and put some text that represents that value on there. So if I were to look, I'm trying to think of any game with like, let's look at, I mean, any RPG. But tactics, right? So if I search tactics here, and I go, and I look at, I don't know, something. So there's bars here. And look, they have numbers, but it's not a percent. Look at that. And then you go to any game where there's like a bar that indicates typically health or something along those lines. And you're not having a percent attached to it. Look at this. We have something here that's a lot like that too. I don't know. It just seems like something that's pretty typical in games UI. To not have that bar there. But I guess, yeah, we just throw more nodes in the scene tree and make the U. I guess what I can't stand is that the solution is to add another node. When that's the same thing like the XKCD thing. That's another version of this idea of the competing standards thing of like, just do it this way. I think it's favoring like a corporate GUI thinking for a progress bar. Yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, for sure. There's a lot I can't stand about Godot's GUI implementation personally. But it's whatever. It's just funny that this to me is funny right here, just even this. Because the idea of show percentage and the whole thing goes away. I mean, by the argument of we don't need all that, this can be the max value of 1 and a float, and this can be a 0, and that can be all we need. We don't even need any of this because we could do it all in code. So why have it? I don't know. I just think that it's somebody who's just like, no, that's not what a progress bar is. I think it's as simple as that. somebody who's one of the maintainers. I could be wrong. I don't know. Resist the urge to clip that impersonation. I get it. You have to have a vision, right? You gotta, if you're going to do an engine, you have to have, no, this is our vision. I appreciate that, and that it's not up for sale, and that they would hold fast to something and be so wrong about it. I totally appreciate it, but they're wrong. It's pretty funny to think about. Percentage is the easiest to print out if you have all the other variables. It just, I guess to me, just like I don't know. It's core philosophy of the engine. If you can do some space of lines of code, it's not going in core. Yeah. Okay. Here's what I'll say. Like, let me have a value setter. Yeah, there's like a bazillion other ways to make this so that it could be whatever we want it to be, and you're just setting a value, right? I almost would argue that it shouldn't show anything, and then the default is there's no value ever shown, and you're supposed to throw a label in there and set it. At that point, in my like, but one way, it doesn't matter. It's just funny to me because it's just like this weird, like you go in here and I get fumbled up by this every time. And it's another thing I have to set a value for. So not only am I setting the damn progress value, but every time I set the progress value, I have to set the value of a label as well. That's where I think it's completely stupid. Another example of like, now I'm doing this double work here. And I just feel like it's just redundant for redundancy's sake. Like, because it already shows something, but now I have to hide it. So now, anyways. Okay. So we have, this isn't bad for 2 days worth of work, right, guys? We'll go over there. And then, so I guess what we can do is try and put the, what we'll do is we'll just attach this onto the character model and just have it floating in the front. I mean, we're pretending like we're holding wood right now. We're not even showing if you're actually holding the wood. So then we press a button and then we see the ingot temperature rise and we press the button again to, maybe you hold it, press and hold. So it's like you're holding it in and then you let go and you take it out. That's pretty good. And then you come out of here, come over here. And then this is just, you're pressing tink, 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 tink. And then I guess what we need is just like an ingot percent bar. And like the tinking does something. So what do we do with that? I guess my other point is how much time are they wasting by being so insistent that you can just throw a label in? How much human time did they consume by doing it that way rather than just conceding, okay, I get it. Right? because I don't know. It's a game engine, and they're fighting an argument for it being a progress bar like it would be for software, where you're making like Word or some shit. And it's like, no, it's a video game. Like this seems like a completely rational thing to want to be able to do if you're going to even provide this, right? But whatever. All right, so then so ingot progress bar, so we'll just have like the progress of it for now. Okay. And we'll be able to set that. But it probably yeah, bit so I'm doing that. I do that so that I can adjust the scene structure and not have to change any references to anything, and I don't have to do any scene unique names. So it's all in one spot. And then I also have a script here. It asserts if any of the exports are null. So if I don't have them assigned, it'll yell at me. But I just find this way easier to work with in code than using, like, I can change the names here and everything's still cool. And I can move them around and everything's still cool. What you can't do, if you do this with the scene unique name, if you change the name here, you have to go in here and change it, right? And so on. So the only time I have to change it is if I change the name in this part of my code. Then I have to go in and update what it's pointing to. But besides that, it works great. So that's one of the reasons why I do that. Hey, that's not true. It's not fighting. It was answered by 2 people with like 10 comments. This wasn't a fight or a hill to die on. I feel like it's important, but again, being a game engine. But yeah, I mean, my argument would be something along the lines of being that this is a game engine. The idea of having a bar that we can fill with a value and increase and decrease, and displaying said value in that area without a percentage is more likely than with a percentage. And so because of that, I would say that adding the percent sign is the outlier. And that's when you should make your own damn label and put it in there. Right? Or something along those lines. If you're not gonna let us append some sort of modified thing at the end of it or something, right? So I would say that it's more common that you need to not do that than you do. That would be my position on it. And there's like a couple of different ways to handle it. So to me, the argument is about, okay, well, what's the best way to handle that? But whatever. It just seems so arbitrary to just throw that in there. It's like, well, it's a percentage bar. And why don't we just call it a value bar then? And then that way you can let go of this, like, it's a percentage bar. I guess I could make my own thing and call it a value bar, and basically it's the same, but you can just send a value that you want or set a value on the label for it automatically. I mean, that would be the way, right? Fuck it. What if I just did that really quick? What if we just did that? I hate it. God damn it. All right. Let's just do it really quick because I'm going to be doing this so often. This will fall under UI. Value bar. Extends. What is it even called? Progress bar. How did you set setters and getters in Godot? I forget. Let's check setters and getters. You have to do a new line? Expected indentation block after setter declaration. So can we set value? Can I fire a function on the setter though? Let's see. Manual scripting. You know, you guys can't hear it, but I'm angrily typing this. I am expressing my disgust having to do this with my typing loudness. Setter static variables can have type hints, setters, and getters. Isn't there a way to call? Okay, we're almost there. I hate this. So what do we do here to make it fit? We want it to be full rect. And then we wanted center and horizontal alignment. So label. horizontal alignment center, and then we want anchors preset. Layout mode is anchors. Is he okay? What were they doing? Okay. Layout mode. Anchors. I just know I'm going to be doing this a lot, so. Do we just set layout direction instead? Anchors preset. Mode. Top left. Preset top wide. Layout preset. So where do we set layout preset? Set anchors preset. Full rect. Child label, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so if I add one of these to the scene, value bar. There we go. Oh, and we want to turn off show percentage. Okay, and then we want, what do we do for this? There was some setting here. We did vertical alignment, right? Because if we do this, it was, so vertical alignment needs to be on fill. We're almost there. Okay, so on our actual progress bar, we want to turn off show percentage. False. And then we want vertical alignment, layout, transform, container sizing, vertical, size flags vertical, size flags vertical, control size flags, expand. Is it expand? What was it? Expand. Fill and expand. Vertical alignment is fill. Just fill, no expand. Size fill. Okay, let's try this again. So there's our value bar. We're still showing percentage. Do we need to be a tool in order to process properly when we're in the scene tree? Like to have the stuff execute the way it needs to? There we go. I think we got it. Yeah, okay. And we're missing text. And that is because why? It's not an export. So now we can set a text value. Okay, that's it. So what we could do is anytime the value is updated, we simply run a setter on the value change of the progress bar, and we set the text as well, and then we don't even need a setter for the text. And then we can do the goddamn checkbox the way it should be. So what we do is we have an export that says show. This is how I would do it. Show value bool, and then we override the, can we do an override on a setter? The GD checkbox. Yeah. So we have show value, but we don't even need this. We don't even need this. We just, when the value changes, we just set the text value. And we just change the label value. So what we do is we override the set, which we've just started doing this with other stuff too. Where did we do the override for set? You guys remember? Search our set. Where did we do this? I gotta give a shout out to Grumble. Was it on a set like this? Oh, it's a regex problem. We gotta escape it. Set property, enemy path. We did it on enemy path follow. Can I go there? I'd like to go to there. Thank you. Here is what we do. Yank it, and if we are setting, oops, undo. Pretend like I didn't do any of that. I want to be cool. Me alone. Game value bar. Here we go. Set. Paste this in. Match. Property. If the property is value, then and we return false. We always return false. And we just, if we're setting the value, then we say label text equals string. But see, this is see, we get into presumptions here if we do it this way. Why did they do this? Well, if we do it this way, values 2, 3, 4. Okay. Yep, that works. Okay, so now we have our own thing called value bar. And it just works. So we can change the class of all these things to be that, and we'll be all set. Get rid of this damn bullshit thing. And then we'll change the class here. Ooh, and actually before we do that, we want to make sure that we are not progress bar anymore. We are value bar. And then all of these sons of bitches need to be changed to value bars. So we'll select them all. And we'll...
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest.
Megabat is sick. Did we do a shout out? We do shout out to Grumble. Do we have a official? We don't. I got to get that figured out. Homer Sylvia, thank you for the follow. Any relation to Pepe? Pepe Sylvia? There is no Pepe! All right. Oh, we're null on all these. So now we need to go. Everyone's on Pepe Sylvia. Pepe Sylvia. There's no Pepe Sylvia. Homer's like, what? What? Let me unfollow. You know what? Never mind. This is too much. It's gonna have to go on my stupid ass tool belt of stupid ass things. That's what we'll call it. Oh, did I just close Godot? Oops. Okay, so we go over here, grab some wood, put it in. Okay. So we can change the float when we set it as a value that we give to the progress bar. So that's how we can fix the problem of the exploding float. And so that's as easy as, there's like a couple of ways we could do it. Like for instance, we could say, but let's just give it as a float. So when we set the progress bar, and it's not a progress bar anymore, but we'll keep that. But then when we set it, where do we do that? Oh, we're not in blacksmithing. Well, we go over here, set fuel, and we just say int fuel when we set it. And that'll take care of our rounding. And then set temp, we say int with the temp. There we go. Look at that. Oops. Go in. Oh, we're not. That's fuel, but what about... So we could have like an accuracy if we're going to do it. We could do it with an accuracy. We could do it with accuracy. What is it called? There's like round 2, right? Isn't there like a round to? See, I don't want to change what I got. There is no Pepe Sylvia. Round step? Is it step? Step decimals? Returns the position of the first non-zero digit. No. It's definitely step is the word I'm thinking of, though. Is it on GD script? No. Global scope. Step. Smooth set. Step. Snapped. That's what it is. Snapped eye. I just died in your arms tonight. Must have been something you said. Snapped F. Dude, that shit snapped F, man. That shit snapped F. And actually, we could do the snapping. We could do the snapping on the setter on the UI. That makes more sense, actually. That way, we don't have to do. This is a UI thing that we're caring about. So we'll do it over there, and then we don't have to remember to do it every time when we're setting it over here. So we go over here, and when we set the value, we say snapped F. Snapped F. Get effed. Snapped F. Snapped FFM. 92.7. The snap. There we go. It's alive. Okay, cool. I have this box of letters all for Pepe Sylvia. I just throw him. I just burn him. What does he do? Lunesta, thank God you're alive. I was worried. Happy New Year, brother. I opened a discussion in the dev chat. Let's see what happens. Oh no! Poke the flames. Okay. Well, we've got our solution. Anybody wanting to do this, all you got to do is put this code into a GD script file somewhere, save it, and you will have access to everything the progress bar is, except that it prints it as a value without percent. That's it. And we could do a little bit more. We don't need, for instance, we don't need this. We don't need it to be an export. We don't need the setter for text at all. So we can get rid of that. We don't need this Boolean. So this is it. This is what's doing all this. That's it. Okay, and then the fuel snap needs to do the same thing. So over here, UI. Okay. Okay, so that's that. And now what we can do is, and if I wanted to take this further, what I would do is instead of show percentage, what I would do is there would be a string value that you could put here that is, there would be show, like, whatever, like append some text. Because maybe you want always to say HP, but you don't want to have to do that when you're setting the value of something, right? So instead it would say, what I would do is we would say var show, and this would be an export var show text, append text, string. Bull. And so we would have append string right there as a checkbox. If I could get rid of this, I don't know that I can hide this. I don't think I can get rid of this from showing. So I think what I would do is I would override show percentage, because in my dream world, this isn't a thing. So we say return true here. So if we try to modify show percentage, we never allow it. So now we can't check it. So you can never show percentage because let's pretend like it doesn't exist, basically. So then we have append string, and then append string would basically be, there would be another export var append, or show string. I don't know. Show appended string, append string, string. And then if there is a string to append, lo and behold, all we got to do is append the string. So we just say appended string like that. And that would be on a if that's true. So if show appended string, we do this. Otherwise, we don't. And actually, we can make this even easier. We don't even need the show value. We just say append string. Look at that. And if it's empty, it's empty. So now we have append string. Why does it say null? I guess we have to say empty. So now if there's an append string here, and I wanted it to be %, I would just go % like that. See? Isn't that nice? Oh, and I want a little space there, so I just do that. And so I guess if I were to say I was doing this my way, we would not have this at all, and we would have a append string if we wanted to throw something in there. And show percentage wouldn't exist. And so you just set the value. How hard is that? So, but that's just me. There'd be a few things that I would do a little differently here, but that's what talking to a group of people that are on the same page would be about. But yeah, that's pretty complete here. You guys want the code? Here you go. Oh, somebody may have already done that. I haven't even considered it. Yeah, just call it value bar. But we can't hide the show percentage thing, though. So I don't think I could get rid of this. There might be a way. I don't know what it would be, though. I don't think I could hide the thing. I could put this in share. But maybe I'll publish it. We could do something like that. anyways, so we've got that figured out. And now I'm going to grab some food because I'm a hungry hippo. What time is it? 3:36 for me. Okay, let me go grab some food. I'll leave that code open if anyone wants to scribe it down. Oh my God, is that a Carl's Jr. burger? God, every once in a while, man, those Carl's burgers, they hit the spot. Just ordering a big burger, which used to be a secret menu item, but they brought it out like as, hey, it's cheaper than the other stuff. Here, we have this. Did you know it's a little bit cheaper than the other ones?
no, no.
All right, guys. I'm still. Food's gonna take a little bit, so I'm getting it going. Oh, dude, that sucks about the fiber guys. Yeah, it's chill. I like it too. Sorry, guys. I gotta defrost the tamales, and it takes a long time. All right. Tamales. We're back. So, I'm going to give myself an hour and then we'll end the stream. So what can we do in an hour? Hopefully we'll get somewhere decent here. We don't have any feedback for anything that's going on. No sound effects or anything. No visuals. We have these numbers changing. And so we're not going to focus on the bellows right now. What we're going to focus on is moving the ingot and heating that up and then shaping it somehow. So let's say all right, I got it. There's the ingot temperature, and that there's a sweet spot for the ingot temperature, and that is what we're using to shape the ingot. So there's a progress bar for the ingot. The more that the ingot is at the right temperature, the more that when we tink it with the hammer, that we can shape it quicker. How about that? That seems fine. So there's going to be some sort of sweet spot for the ingot temperature, but right now, again, just some sort of temperature will be enough. And then we can work on, because some of this is going to need like UI things and stuff that we're not going to worry about just yet. Vintage Story does metalwork? No, I haven't. All right, cool, Rig. Thanks. So whatever I'm doing is what I thought of without having like looked at too much. I was actually looking at baking stuff when I came up with this, so it's totally. And I'm still kind of changing it on the fly as I start to implement it. Do you have the grindstone just for sharpening blades? It's more like we had the asset, Lunesta, so we'll see. But, dude, Lunesta, I made a bunch of progress on the net code and stuff. I hope your Christmas was good, dude. All right. You know what? These fall under stats. Oh, they are exports. This will be good to watch while I'm eating.
File your taxes 100% free in the app if you didn't file with us last year. Just file with TurboTax doing.
As the coals burn, the ingots will begin to heat up and glow. You can see their temperature by hovering over them as well. It's ideal for your ingots to be white hot before working them, as that will give you the most amount of time. But anything past red hot, or around 60% of their melting point, is acceptable. Part 3.
What the
Smithing. With tongs in the offhand, grab an ingot and shift right-click to place it on the anvil. When you do, you'll be greeted by a menu to select what it is you want to make from the ingot. Note that once an item is selected, the ingot will now become a work item until completed. Even if cooled down and reheated, it will never go back to being an ingot and can only be made into the selected item. When an ingot is placed on the anvil and an item is selected, a guide made up of green and dark purple voxels will appear. To complete the tool, all of the green voxels must be filled with metal and all of the purple ones must be cleared. Pressing F with the hammer, you'll bring up your strike options. There are 6 options.
Oh my god.
Heavy hit, which will attempt to move all voxels down to the lowest possible position, mostly only good for trying to flatten out plates or chainmail. The upsets, left, right, up, and down. These move a single voxel up, down, left, or right relative to where you're standing. Note that a voxel cannot move up over a ledge higher than 1 voxel high, and cannot cross gaps without dropping down to fill said gaps. And the split, which will remove a voxel permanently. Some recipes, like the iron plate, require 2 ingots, but generally every ingot has enough voxels to complete a basic tool, with some wiggle room so you don't need to fear removal of voxels too much. But be warned that once removed, this cannot be undone. Even if you're a single voxel short, the only way to add it in is to plop a whole second ingot on top. A huge waste. So be mindful and try and fill in the shape before removing.
Jeez, this is insane.
Here you can see the process of switching to different hits to move the voxel into position and finally remove the excess. Once completed, the item will pop into your inventory. It will still be as hot as it was on the anvil. You can either let it cool down on its own over time, or throw it into the water for a satisfying hissing and bubbling. However, as of version 1.18.15, November 2023, there does not seem to be any benefit to doing this, or punishment for simply crafting a tool using the hot tool head. It has no effect on durability or any other visible stat. Now that you're able to smith, there are a huge number of quality of life upgrades you can make, especially with the addition of the saw to your tool belt, which will be my next video.
My god, man.
Select
This
what
is
it is
really
you want to make
intricate.
from the ingot. Note that once an item is selected, the ingot will now become a work item until completed. Even if cooled down and reheated, it will never go back to being an ingot and can only be made into the selected item. When an ingot is placed on the anvil and an item is selected, a guide made up of green and dark purple voxels will appear. To complete the tool, all of the green voxels must be filled with metal and all of the purple ones must be cleared. Pressing F with the hammer, you'll bring up your strike options. There are 6 options.
You like it?
Heavy hit, which will attempt to move all
This is weird. Like, it feels like some of this could be solved with better...
voxels down to the lowest possible position, mostly only good for trying to flatten out plates or chainmail. The upsets, left, right, up, and down. These move a single voxel up, down, left, or right relative to where you're standing. Note that a voxel cannot move up over a ledge higher than 1 voxel high, and cannot cross gaps without dropping down to fill said gaps. And the split, which will remove a voxel permanently. Some recipes, like the iron plate, require 2 ingots, but generally every ingot has enough voxels to complete a basic tool, with some wiggle room so you don't need to fear removal of voxels too much. But be warned that once removed,
That's
this
wild.
cannot be undone.
Wild. Okay. Am I spelling temperature right? Temperature. No, I'm not. God darn it. I guess I could just call it temp. It is a mouthful. My son says Wakari Maska as a like an attack move when he's like pretend fighting. Wakari Maska! That's cute. No such thing. Would be weird to go straight to temporary. Ingot temp. Yeah. TMP. Is TMP, what's an abbreviation for temperature? TEMP. I feel like I would, if I was doing temp it is, yeah. I'm going to do temp. We'll be okay. How you doing, Justin? All right, so we go over here. We grab wood, we put it in. And our oven temperature goes up. We're going to put the ingot in, heat it up. There'll be an ingot temperature, so that's going to be left. All right, so if we're over at... If action is pressed, P action left, then, and we're over the oven, and, ooh, oh, things get weird here. Oh, crap, we have to use the temperature of the oven to heat the... So if we have our own temp curve on the metal itself, so we could make it heat very fast. So we have a heating curve here. Oven time. Ingot. Oven time. Ingot temp var. Ingot progress. Flood. Okay. Getting there. Oven temperament? You son of a bitch. Ah! Yeah, no caffeine. Man, I go on a rager without caffeine. It's good to detox from it, though. It's good to get away from it. Then you can just do small hits of it when you need, like, superpower, right? But I've accepted that caffeine is a vice that I'm willing to have. Like, I'd rather that than something like smoking or chewing tobacco or, I don't know, whatever else. Like, I'll take it, you know? But can I live without it? Like, my fear too would be, would I replace it with something else? I don't think I would. Ingot temple? Oven temptation. Oven temperament. Damn it, guys. Okay, so we want, is action pressed? If we're doing event, we don't have a lot of choice here. Is action pressed or released? So what we want to pay attention to is those two things. We use it as a state. Pressed is only going to fire once. So when we press and we're in the oven, we're going to have a heating, like ingot heating bowl. Or ingot in oven. Ingot in oven. So we flag the, so for, so we say ingot in oven equals true here. And then we can always set it to false no matter what. It's safe to do if we're releasing. Is action pressed? Action left? State. We don't even care about state. And actually, if we're holding this down, we can't move. So if we have an ingot in the oven, one ingot in the oven, and we are pressing left or right, we aren't going to do any of these. There's a lot of bugs here that I can see. So if not ingot in the oven, then we'll do these. Problem is, except for the release. P action right. So if we're releasing, then we're going to be okay. And we're going to do whatever that says. All right, so if you have an ingot in the oven, let's make sure we can't move around. So we go boop, 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 and we hold the ingot in there, and now can we move around? We can still move around. All right, are we hitting the match state oven breakpoint? Breakpoint. And this is released. Okay. State is heat. Okay, we're not hitting the break. There's our break. What are we breaking on? 68. All right, ingot in oven is true. We'll do a break on release. Let's keep going. And it fired for the release. Okay. So, but if we hold it, why did it fire? 68. Oh, it keeps the, I gotta refresh for. Okay, now we can't move. Now we're breaking on release. Okay, it's working. It's working. Let's double check. Good. And then we break. Excellent. Okay. So now we can hold the ingot in the oven and let go of it and bring it back out. So imagine the controller inputs right now. I can show the controller actually for you guys. There we go. Put that on the screen so you guys can see what I'm doing. So you guys can kind of get a breakdown of what's going on here. So we're moving around and we go over here to the blacksmithing. We can hit the right button on the face and come over here and we move. I'm using the D-pad for now to move, but come over here. We press the bottom facing button and that picks up the fuel. Come over here, press it again to put it in. And then we press and hold down, and now we're putting the ingot in the fire. We don't have any animations or any sounds or anything like that, but that's what we can imagine is happening here. And so now what we're going to do is when it's being held in the fire, we're going to take the temperature of the fire and use that to apply it to something to set the temperature for the ingot itself. How do we do this? I don't know. We're just going to make it up. I don't know what the physics of it is in reality. I'm sure I could look up that stuff if I really wanted to. Would that make for a fun game? Probably not. Although someone, I'm sure if there isn't a smelting and there's got to be a blacksmith sim, right? For Steam. Tell me there is, because if there isn't, come on. What are we doing? Store. Blacksmith Simulator. There's a bunch. Mostly negative. Potato Games. What the fuck is this? In a world desperate for a great blacksmithing game, we get another entry. Another ray of hope in an otherwise bleak and meaningless world of known blacksmithing games. Another challenger rises to the mantle of the best smithing simulator. And as he moved on to the step of the podium and all challenges and previous successors, he falls into a pile of horse manure. As the crowd and hopefuls laugh in horror, he slips and falls into more horse manure. As the people start to feel sorry for this pathetic challenger, he falls into horse manure again, and now people are walking away. Yeah, this game sucks. It looks ugly, sounds ugly, plays ugly. It's got absolutely nothing going for it. Well, actually, I take that back. The actual smithing mechanic in the game is cohesive and makes sense, but everything else around it is awful. It's like the devs said to themselves, what do gamers hate? And came up with a list and added that to the game. Ye blacksmithing game of yore, like olden times, ye walk down mines and ye gather thine metals. What does it have to do with blacksmithing? Place yin copper into yin barrel. Fill your bucket with water. Take the water out. Then bring the water back. Perfect hit. Kill animals for some reason. And sell meat. All right. Holding fuel, true. Holding fuel, false when we set it in the oven. Okay. Now, ingot is in the oven, ingot is not in the oven. So if we are in the oven and we're in the physics process, so we say if ingot in oven, then we change the ingot temperature. So we increase the temp by some degree. So ingot temp equals clamp F ingot temp plus delta. Oi, the delta. And then the max ingot temp is the same. Const ingot temp max equals oven temp max. Okay, for now. I think it should break if it gets too hot. Something like that, right? Delta. Get temp max. Okay. So what are we doing here? Delta times something. We have a fuel burn rate. We've got a curve that we can grab from to get something to heat with. So we are currently traveling across this curve using delta. But we have a temperature. This is the temperature to heat the oven. So what we almost would need is a separate, like the metal, the heating point for metal, right? So this would be an entirely different thing, but the temperature of the oven would affect that. So like, for instance, we couldn't get hotter than the oven. So, but a hot oven means we can heat the ingot up faster than we heated the oven, let's say. Even though that might not be true. That might be the opposite in real life when it comes to metals. I don't know. But we're going to say, we know our max is 2000, right? So let's say, I don't know. We don't even have a sweet spot for the temp of the, so for now, we're just going to increase it. Let's just say we're doing that. Okay. That'll work. Set BS ingot. Ingot progress bar value. Do we have ingot temp? We do. Okay. So we need to set ingot temp. Set BS ingot temp. Okay. We do this and we say main UI set BS ingot temp. And as a blacksmith, you yearn for the mines and bread, meat, selling said meat to people, and sometimes blacksmithing. But mostly you're doing these other things. It'd be cool if you could only name your first name and your last name was Smith. So like you don't get to pick a last name. It's like, no, you're Smith. You're a Smith. That would be cool. That would be like olden times. Hoy. That'd be like olden times. Clamp. Timp. No, this is not temp. We want to do ingot oven time. Clamp that up. And then we set the temp. Ingot temp equals heat curve dot sample ingot temp oven time. Ingot temp max. It's not ingot temp max. Oh, this is interesting. Because we're not going... This is wrong. Because we're not setting a max for the temp. So that's not right. But what we want is a max time. So how long does it take to heat an ingot? What do you bros think? So longer, for now, the way the game is going to work is the heat is the amount of time you have to work it. Oven max time. Ingot max time. Dark Age Simulator. Shovel poop as a poop smith. Realistic medieval poop. Next time. You are. Okay. We go. We take fuel, put it in, put an ingot in there. Whoa! It went up really fast. What did we do wrong? Delta. Ingot temp. Oh. That would do it. Oven time. And then it should drop. What am I doing wrong here? Why is the ingot heating up so much faster than the... Oh, do we have a... Is our max temp on the ingot? No? Why is it so much faster? Using the source code. A draft of the progress bar. Do I have anything I want to add to Godot? I don't know. I find contributing to open source projects to be very frustrating. I definitely... I've had really bad experiences contributing to open source. The best success that I have is when I'm fixing bugs. Like, they'll take those every day. But the minute that you're like, hey, I think this would be nice, then it turns into the fucking quorum of 12. And it's like years. And that's the stuff I can't stand. So, right. So it gets really frustrating. Why is our... Oh, because we're not setting the percentage of the... That's what it is. We're not doing this. It lied to us. So yeah, I'd love for the heat of the oven to do something to the ingot. So that it heats faster. We come off over here and then we start working it. Ping, 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 ping. And then that affects the progress. Put it back in the oven. Heat it up. Come back over here. Ping, 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 ping. And the progress bar goes over. Heat it up. Come over here. Ping, 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 ping. Okay. So then when we're over on the anvil, we shall do that. Just cheat like me. Do contributions to Godot projects with nearly zero contributions. Get known, and then start the big stuff. Yes. Open source innovation contribution straight to ego swamp. Fun drama for days. Years. Yeah. It depends. I mean, but I don't know. I don't know. I haven't contributed to the project, so I can't speak of it. I can just speak of the experiences that I've had with open source have been frustrating. But I think maybe Godot might be different simply because there is more of an opinion. And so maybe some of the stuff gets shut down quick. But I know, for instance, there was a recent incident involving the pathfinding in 3D and it being incorrect, and somebody who wasn't contributing to the engine was trying to bring it to everyone's attention. And literally the entire community on the subreddit and in the forums was turning on this guy and basically outright calling him an idiot, making entire memes and stuff, and just completely just mocking this guy. And so he went into the engine and fixed it. And that was it. It was like, okay, we're done, because they accepted the change. It was broken. And literally everyone else that thought they were right, the entire mob, was wrong. It was wild to see what was happening to this one dude who was just trying to be like, look, this isn't right. Here's how Unity does it. Here's how this other thing does it. Like, something's wrong here. And everyone's like, you don't understand topology and blah, 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 and all this stuff. And so he's finally like, well, I think I'll give it a shot. And he does it. And luckily the project managers were like, yeah, that's right. And they took it in. But it's wild that I think it's going to be out in 4.6, that change. But that's uncalled for. And I know they're not running the subreddit for Godot. So they're not responsible for that. But what was happening inside their own forums was a little disturbing. Godot has some horrible people. Have you ever watched the forums? Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. It's really weird because it's an amateur game engine in a way. And so it's just really weird to see that attitude amongst your peers are likely amateur as well. And so what are you to be like, but it was getting gross where they were making memes about it and just mocking this one person. But they took it in. I'd have to track it down again. It's been a long time. I mean, it got worked on and worked out. I think somebody from the project heard me talking about it too on the stream once. They asked for the forum links and I sent them. And then it did quickly get taken care of. But yeah, I mean, they submitted the contribution and they accepted it. And so he was right. Gatekeeping sometimes, but I would assume it's every community. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. I think that's common. I think any community, it happens in my chat. Sometimes like somebody's just trying to give something and you start to get any big enough group of people, and unfortunately you can kind of get like a little bit of a mob thing going on. And it's unfortunate. It is human behavior. But the dogpiling on this guy was wild. Because I kept trying to find out where he was wrong and everyone was just mocking it. Like, duh. And just basically being like, the guy's an idiot, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, but I don't understand where he's wrong here. I'm trying to understand. But it was the 3D pathfinding stuff. And the problem was that the pathfinding in Godot, and I saw a nickname generator struggling with this too, is that the pathfinding points that it'll give you are underneath the collision topology. So it's like, hey, take this route, and it's literally beneath the collision layer. and the guy's like, this isn't right. Like, that's all he's saying is like, hey, this doesn't seem right. And if I remember correctly, the problem, and everyone's like, you don't understand, blah, blah, blah. And I kept going like, what is he wrong about though? Like, isn't that what you'd expect from the if you're in the function name that or the call that he was doing and everything, I'm like, this seems like what you would expect. And what we're getting is not right. It seems right to me. And it, oh, I don't know about any of that, Doddle. Yeah, I haven't seen that. I mean, I know there was that big outrage with the social media thing that happened a long time ago, and some people jumped on it and stuff, and that was totally avoidable. One of the first Godot meetings was like that. First Godot meetings. Godot's been around for years. What do you mean first Godot meetings? Oh, you mean like a convention? Anyways. I mean, the con stuff that I've seen, there's been a lot of really useful information. So, but yeah, I mean, that stuff's all on GDC and stuff too. I know what you're talking about. You know, like there'll be some GDC talks where there's like land acknowledgments before the beginning of the talk. And it's a little frustrating because it's like, sometimes it can go on for a long time before the actual talk begins. Or there's, there'll be some big thing about capitalism and then they start talking about game development. So that's a little frustrating. And that's the kind of stuff where it's like, okay, guys, like focus. We're here to talk about game development. But yeah. Anyways. But no, the thing that I'm talking about is the real like mud where it's because that's everywhere, right? So that's not like that kind of like thing where somebody sort of uses a platform to do something else with it is common amongst a lot of things. But I'm talking more about just interacting with the community and trying to be, hey, this could improve in this way, and then it becomes like, and I don't know about Godot, like I haven't tried, but it becomes a big thing, or you get insulted, where there's just insults being thrown at you, and you're an idiot and you don't know what you're talking about, kind of stuff. But yeah, a couple of like that's starting to. Some of the GDC talks are a bit. Some of them are kind of having that stuff where it's just like it literally has nothing to do with like the presentation, and you're 7 minutes in. There was a couple of them a few years back that were like that, and it was like 7 minutes of an hour-long talk are now chewed out with literally nothing. Like it could have been anything, right? And it doesn't even segue into the thing that it's about. Like I could see if you're doing something along those lines and it's like, this is about representation or something, but the talk is about some technical aspect of some software or whatever. And it's just like, wow, this is weird. And it's weird that you wouldn't just cut it out and start it where the talk actually begins. That's the one. Yes. This is the one. But this is not all of the posts before that where this person is getting just berated. Now, when I showed this, do not click on their profile because their schlong is there. So even the person that contributed to it, I clicked on their username to try and find the other posts, and it was just like their schlong. So, but that's how I tried to find their other posts where they were getting blasted. So just be careful when you go to their profile. PR is not merged. Oh, I haven't checked the update. Nothing was fixed. Oh, great. Okay, never mind. Oh, now they're falling on, hey, does this solve a proposal? And now they're saying the proposal doesn't exist, and that's because they blasted the guy for doing the proposal. This is what I'm talking about. But anyways, it could be totally unintentional, but that's funny. It's like, well, I tried to do a proposal, but everyone pantsed me in front of everybody else and made fun of my, like, anyways. Well, they're still doing updates to it. The guy who committed it. I have zero knowledge about the topic, but I believe the maintainer on this, so in my mind, he's wrong. No one said that it's wrong, though. Where are you seeing that the maintainer says it's wrong? Because none of them have commented on it that I can see. No. Guys, we got to stop. We do not attack each other. That's literally the agreement inside the chat when you guys join. So we got to stop that. I can't tell if there's any joking. Where was the insult? Oh, about the... All right, well, if you guys can just let bygones be bygones, I'd love that. That's all. Sorry, I'm trying to find the link to things and stuff. I was on with another streamer and started the stream dating show, but he brought on this guy who seemed cool, but he brought this chick who kept making those long. That yeah, no, I shouldn't even brought that up. The thing I was trying to bring up, look, it could have been about anything. The point that I was trying to make is that there's a lot, just on what Dottle was saying, there sometimes people will use something to talk about something else when everyone's there for something other than that, right? It doesn't matter the political spectrum of the thing. So I was just I was talking about that's a thing. But in terms of the project stuff, I'm talking more about the infighting of just like sometimes it feels like there's owners of particular aspects of a thing in open source and you'll never break through on it. And sometimes it feels like that's, and that's why I'm hesitant to contribute to any open source project going forward, is just because the only times that I'm able to get anything approved is this is broken. Here's how I can prove it. Here's the fix. Take it or leave it. And those ones usually get approved. But anything else that I've ever tried to do that involves any amount of like, hey, it'd be nice if this existed, that it turns into the, like, it's like a Lord of the Rings length discussion, and I can't do it. Yeah. The maintainer answered an issue in a preview post. He didn't hold his cool, so it started the drama above it. It resulted in the amount of Reddit posts. The maintainer didn't hold his cool. Yeah, I mean, that's all. I won't. If it's the social media account manager, I think that is probably who you're talking about, Doddle. That was a long time ago, frankly. Yeah. What did I don't think the community manager. I don't think Pureland's doing anything wrong right now, Doddle. I'm not seeing anything. Cricket asked us to stop. Stop what? No, I mean each other. In the chat, each other. She was let go. Yeah. No, there was a thing. See, the problem to me, the problem that happened, what I remember was there was a bunch of tweets that were going to get the ire of like far right people or right people, certain right-leaning aspects that troll brigade, right? And that's a huge mistake. The community face of the Godot should be pretty kind of neutral in terms of like just celebrating Godot and like things like that, in my opinion. But if you're going to target those groups of people and try to like get them going, you've now created a long-term target on yourself for a long time where all they're going to be doing is looking at everything and rage posting on like YouTube and stuff like that and just rage baiting. And you just don't attract that audience to attack you, like, because they love that stuff. They feed off of it. And so just don't give it to them, kind of thing, basically. Not saying I agree with anything on either side of the, like, all that shit. But I won't weigh in on a lot of that stuff. But it's more like just like the stuff. Okay, so we're not letting it go. Good job, guys. Long time ago, North and Birder. Well, yeah, and then that whole fork thing, nothing came of that. They literally, all they're doing is just constantly merging. So, and then unfortunately, because it's the community manager, suddenly it's all of Godot. Every single open source contributor to Godot believes the exact same thing, right? Because it's the face. And so that's all the entire Godot project. I'm not saying any of that, but that is kind of what you're doing is you're allowing people to plant the seed that that's what it's like, even if it's not true. And then it just, they poison the well. So. Right. Yeah, my guess is I would watch the video and probably disagree with some stuff in it too. But everyone's got their it's, yeah. But I mean that issue to me is a non-issue. To me, I'm specifically just talking about open source contributions and the experiences that I've had with that. Yeah, that in my time that I've dedicated any good amount of time on it has literally costed money. Like I've literally had to pay money because of the incompetency of an open source project. I've had to like, where I was trying to donate my time and money. It ended up costing me money just doing that, where I got, they returned something to me, and because I signed the return slip, I paid the shipping and didn't even realize that was what was happening. And they didn't even need to send it back to me. They did it anyways. And so I ended up paying like fucking an ass ton of money because they rushed it too. And it's like, I don't understand. Some of that stuff is just like, wow, this clearly who's ever responsible for this part of this thing that I'm dealing with never really dealt with real life before. Not in the way that I have, apparently. But anyways, I'm sorry that I shouldn't have said anything about that stuff that I said about, because it just kind of, but no, I remember when all that was happening, and all that ever happened to my chat was everyone was asking me, was I going to leave Godot or whatever because of it. And it's like, I disagree with like the doing that, the community management thing and all that stuff. That was stupid. And it's just going to create this thing. And it did. And it's not going away, clearly. But I will say, I think it's silly to have like purity tests on any of this stuff. And so if it's like, well, the Godot's too woke, I don't know. That I think is stupid. And just like how you can, sounds like something an impure person would say. God, even my mom was using that term, and I'm like, Mom, what does that even mean? She couldn't even tell me. I'm like, okay. She didn't even know where she picked it up from. It's like, okay, so ingot progress. So what we're going to do, let's finish this up. I used most of my 30 minutes remaining to talk about that shit. So if we're over, so we're going to say action bottom. And if we're match state heat, we're going to match state shaping. And if we're in state shaping dots, anvil. Then we're going to adjust the progress of our ingot. Yeah. No, I agree totally on that. I mean, people, dude, the reason why it would piss me off if I was there is it's like, okay, it's like $5,000 for a ticket to GDC or something crazy like that. Then you got to fly there or drive there, and you have to get a hotel, right? And it's like 3 days or some shit. If I paid that much money and I got an hour-long talk about the one thing I cared about visiting for that thing, and 7 minutes of it was dedicated to something that had nothing to do with it, I would be livid. I would be so pissed off. Because that would be like so much money, for me at least. I'd be like, what the hell? Yeah, that would drive me, I would be just so angry. Because it's like so expensive. It's like, what are you doing? Politics is important. So if you're not talking about politics every second, you're ruining society by not caring enough. Yeah, no, that would, Whoa. I would get very upset. I don't know. Maybe it's like you can hold the button down and the more powerful, we could do like a fishing game thing when you're hitting it. And like if you let go at the right spot, the progress is even better. But for now, progress plus equals clamp. I spent 40 years ignoring politics. Now my neighbor is a local politician. Literally killed me. Yeah. God, my neighbor, the one that threatened the dog. I was talking, before he did all that, he would always pull me over to talk about how amazing he is. But anyways, somebody called him on the phone when I was talking to him, and he answered the phone, and he's like, "You still voting for so-and-so?" And then basically, "You're an effing this," and blah, 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 blah. And it was like, oh shit, okay, I'm going to walk away. I don't know who that guy was voting for. I don't know where they stood on anything. And it's just, this guy was just yelling at the other dude and calling him like an idiot and all this stuff. And I was just like, whoop, I just walked away. So it's like, bye-bye. I'll see ya. So bink, we hit the ingot shape amount when we're press action bottom. Bink, and then we need to update the progress. Here's what I'll say. Here's one thing I'll say about all of that stuff. The people that forked Godot engine were like, we want to remove the, like, it was supposedly about making a better engine, but it's clearly also about the whole incident with the politics and all that stuff. If the reason to adopt something is you can fork it, and you like, I'm going to fork it because I don't like this group of whatevers. I guess it's like, I don't know how to put it, but it kind of like, it feels like it's an argument against the whole purpose of why you fork. Because the problem isn't with the engine. The problem is with the contributors. And I feel like that's, I don't know. Something about that doesn't make any sense to me. Because again, it just turns into a purity test. And I just feel like, I think for a lot of things, if you knew anybody with any degree of familiarity, the way that they know themselves, we would never want to talk to another human being in our entire lives ever again. I just, I'm pretty sure that's true. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I, but I don't know. I fork because it takes more time to justify some changes than I personally. Yeah. Not sure why. Yeah. So when it's like, or you know that the changes that you're going to make would be something they wouldn't approve anyways. It's like, okay, fork. You know, it's like I'm going to be doing something that they wouldn't want added to the engine in the first place, so we fork. And even then, you still can merge their changes and all that stuff. But yeah. Anyways. All right, let's see if we got the ingot progress going. So we go over here. We add some fuel to our oven. We hold the ingot in there. We get it warmed up. We come out of here. We go over here. Bing, 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 bing. Tink. Tink isn't doing anything. Okay, so our tink isn't doing anything. Why is our tink not doing anything? State shaping. Action bottom, state shaping. Oh. Well, we're going over to anvil. Let's do a breakpoint here. Okay, so we're not hitting state shaping equals value. Holding fuel. Dude, I think this thing is just, it was just wrong. I bet it's fine now. Okay, something's telling me that we're not doing... Are we changing this somewhere? No, it's only happening here. There's got to be something before this that's screwing it up. Oh, heat. Everything's working exactly as it should, as is true with almost all code, right? There we go. My God. Now we can tink, tink, tink. Okay, we hold it in. We heat it up. We run over here. Tink. Ooh. BIOS, set BIOS, ingot, set BIOS, ingot progress. Let's reload. We got it. What's the problem? There we go. Tink, tink, tink. Oh, why are we exponentially? We're exponentially tinking. Why are we exponentially tinking here, boys? Oh, plus equals. Yep. That would do it. Heat it up. Heating up that ingot. Get it nice and hot. Take it out. Tink, 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 tink. Yeah, this is going to have some sort of feedback on it. We're going to hold it. And then we shouldn't be able to tink anymore, but we can tink when the ingot temp. So the ingot temp, we can only tink if ingot temp is greater than 0, then we'll be able to tink it. Okay, we got some loops here, boys. It fit many loops, brother. It do fit many loops. Yeah, I think once I'm doing that, we're going to be putting the actual visuals into the game. Tink, 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 tink. We're going to let the temperature of the ingot go down. Tink, 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 tink. And maybe the softer the ingot, the warmer the temp of the ingot. Why is the ingot temp stuck at 1, my friends? Print temp. Yeah, I want to play. I would buy the game just for that. Lol. That's kind of my hope, is that I make the systems like, if you want to go deep on one of them, you can, and you will be rewarded by people wanting to go to your realm and get the stuff that you make because it'll be so good. Obviously, people can cheat and they can hack and mod and they don't have to worry about any of that, and they can create infinite number whatevers. But for the people who are just playing the game and enjoying it, it'll be like, damn, I really want to go to that guy because he can make really good stuff of particular thing. Or like a blacksmith, maybe like, I really want the best like ores or whatever, the raw metals, because this guy like does something when he collects them that makes them really good. He like purify, they're really pure or something, right? And so all of the systems kind of feed into this like quality aspect of it as well, so that you can have like the really good gear is, you know, that somebody actually made it. And I mean, the game still needs to have like drops and random things that you can pick up and stuff. But you can have them combine effects from the metals when you fold them, Damascus style, and to take longer. Yeah, I was thinking too, if we go fantasy, that there's stuff that you can throw into the oven that like changes the color. So if it's red, you can make it green or purple or something, and something about that, like it's an enchantment or something, you know? Or maybe you could do like an inlay a gem in it, like materia. Something like that would be cool. But what I want to do, what I want to experiment more with, and what I'm starting to do with the camera changing and everything, is when you, for instance, when you put the ingot inside the oven, I want the camera to literally cut to it going in, and then you can, like, I want to experiment with, games don't do this a lot, and I want to find out if there's a reason why, but like cut the camera to something else, like a movie. So when you put it in, you see it there, and then you let go and it cuts back out, and like stuff like that I think would be really interesting. But I don't know if there's a bad reason for that. I imagine in some scenarios it wouldn't be good, but in the case of being in a safe room where you're doing this activity, to somehow give it some cinematic element to it, I think wouldn't harm it. But I might also just do like a picture-in-picture thing where you can see the tong holding the thing as it's being placed in the flame. But yeah, I mean, not bad for 2 days, right, guys? Not bad for 2 days. What we'll do when I come back to this, if I work tomorrow, what we'll do is we'll start adding sounds and stuff to it, and maybe try and figure out if we can do some animations. or something simple along those lines. We don't have anything for the bellows, but we have a base system for this. But the bellows we can use to push the temp up. We want to have a curve for the cool down, and we want the temperature of the oven to affect how fast the ingot warms as well. And if you can warm the ingot up and get it to hold at the right temperature, there's a sweet spot for that. There's certain sweet spots for a certain thing. And for the ingot, specifically shaping it, the temperature to be the right temperature when you're doing it. So there's like a softening of it in it, if it's a little bit over it or a little bit below it, but there's like right in the center's point, there's this really good point where it's more malleable. And then as it cools, it becomes harder when you tink it to move the progress of the ingot up to the final shape of the thing you're trying to make. It would also be really cool, and I don't know how possible this would be, but if we can show it as a what is it called when it's a rectangle on all sides and it's a square on both ends? What's the name of that shape? Fuck. Damn it. What's that called? I should know this. I'm Montessori, damn it. The three-dimensional. I'm talking about it from a three-dimensional standpoint, not a rectangle. What's it called? Rhomboid, is that it? Quadrilateral, but in 3D? Is it rhomboid? I don't remember. But whatever that shape is, what would be really cool is if we could deform it so that it has a bunch of, we take the mesh of a sword or a hammer or whatever, and what we do is we take all of the triangles on it and we form it into that shape mathematically somehow. And as we're on the anvil hitting it, we're deforming the mesh to its original, the actual form of the thing that we've designed in Blender. And so we push the triangles out to make it that rhomboid shape or whatever is a muscle, and a rhombus is 2D. Rectangular prism. That's prism. Yes, rectangular prism is the word. Yep, that's it. Thank you. So yeah, it starts out as a rectangular prism, and we have all of the triangles pushed, stretched, and warped to fit that shape that are the triangles that make up the sword or whatever. And then as you tink it, we just kind of pick different sides or random things to deform it back or something like that. I don't know. I don't know how hard that would be, but that would be really fucking cool to see that happen. Cuboid would work. Yeah. So that's where we're at. We're going to leave it here. We'll start putting in some sound effects on this or something like that. But I think we have something here to work on, where what we'll do is on the main game world, we will put a room that you can go into that will put you in here. Right? So you can just go over and blacksmith. And then we can think about what do we need to send back and forth on netcode for this, if anything at all. And I think what we can do is just simply send the state of where the player is doing this thing, and then over here, and then if they're out free and they're running around, we can update the stuff for that. And there's a lot of little things that we would want to do over time to improve this, but it's a good starting point, and we can mess around with like different metals and stuff like that. Like if it's a soft metal, we know that copper has a lower heat point. And we can do things with it, showing the ingot so that we know if something's going wrong with it. Like if it gets too hot, we can start to show it like curving, like it starts slumping over or something. So it's like, oh God, it's too hot. But there's also shocking metal, where you put it in water to try and you intentionally curve it with water and stuff like that. But But there's a way of like, there's different ways of like, and then there's folding, but I don't know how deep we would go with any of that stuff. And then of course there's like sharpening here. So. Yeah, I think we're going to have to look up some of the, I'll cheat for as long as I can with the fuel and the temperature and all that kind of stuff. And we're not doing anything with the bellows yet. So releasing, adding oxygen to maintain a temperature could be a thing. Using the bellows to increase the speed that the temperature has. The other thing that we were talking about doing is the temperature would increase how much fuel is being eaten. So the hotter it is, the more the fuel burns, the faster the fuel burns. So the type of tits. Yeah, dude, we got it. We got some good stuff going here. It's a starting point. I don't know that it's fun or not. So I think adding sound effects and stuff like that and visually showing that we're carrying stuff and not snapping like this, but like literally animating the character moving back and forth and all that. And then that'll just affect timings of things and stuff like that. So you can add things to prevent scale. Yeah. But it's going good, guys. Much love to everybody out there. I'm going to go ahead and rate out. Good 8-hour stream. Just about, probably spent only about 2 hours of those getting sidetracked. That's not too bad. Not too bad, guys. Good job, everybody. 20-something people's here. Jotson, how's it going? I hope you're doing good. And we're going to be doing arts and crafts, not today. But like I said, I do this arts and crafts things with some friends, and I'll be doing Blender during that. So it's something I won't be streaming necessarily, but we should be hitting up Blender again. And thanks everybody for being cool to each other. Like, you know, I don't know. Anyways, let's see. Subtlex. I wonder if there's anybody new in the Godot land we could raid. Speaking of Godot, they stopped doing they were talking about, not to be like, oh, but they were talking about having me on their channel, and then I think they just stopped doing that. So that's kind of a bummer. They didn't even know. Apparently the person that did that didn't even know it existed because I never tagged it Godot Engine. I just tagged it Godot. I guess I should search Godot Engine as well. Like I even forget to do that. Task roulette. Let's see what this person's doing. Isn't doing Godot. Going for 6 hours. JD Does Dev is going? Let's do. Do you ever raid that man, Robin? Our schedules never line up. I have a couple of times, but we mostly aren't streaming at the same time. Where's JD? Oh, there's that man. Okay, we could do, yeah, Finding Fern. I remember I raided when the launch day came and all that stuff. Where's JD? I don't see JD. Man, I must be blind. I'm following JD. I don't see JD in the list here. Oh, I just want your attention. God damn it, JD. Son of a bitch. Ah!
The thing about long-term relationships is...
All right, we'll do that man, Robin.
Sometimes
yeah, Robin raided me yesterday.
Look at that. Crispy chicken from Taco Bell. A brand new classic. You're welcome.
Anyways, Be safe, everyone. I will see you guys tomorrow, and then I won't see you guys for a while. Monday, I maybe at night. Tuesday, maybe at night. No, Tuesday is a definite no. Tuesday would be a normal. Is it Monday, Tuesday? I can't even remember. So I won't see you Tuesday. Most likely. And then we'll see. I have to get some stuff worked out with raid message. Yeah, we'll do the bouncing Calvin dogs. Have a good one. Yeah, thank you, Doddle. Everyone else, much love. Be safe. And get better. Get well soon, Greg. Please back that ass up. All right, see you guys.